Live now.
Sorry. Yes, Akila.
Yeah. All the best, guys. Roll, Shiva, and go live on the YouTube.
Yes, I'm ready. আটটায় তারপরে একটা 9টা থেকে আছে একটা আমি আমাকে আগে করে ছেড়ে দেবে ওই তিনজন so you tell me when to start the video. Hello.
Start.
Once upon a time, there were a cluster of little villages on the bank of the river, and it took thrill in plying a brisk trade. Then came traders from across the seas and turned the little hamlets into the biggest commercial hub in the East. Indeed, history is the foundation for the pillars of modernity to stand firm and protect the chronicles for the future. Calcutta, Kipling's chance-erected midday halt of a trader by the name of Job Charnock, created its own destiny as one of the greatest cities of the world by the early 19th century. Proud of its history and propelled by its industrious citizens, the city gave birth to the country's oldest custodian of industry and commerce when on 19th of December 1833, 25 business firms signed a circular letter, thereby forming the first ever business chamber, which later blossomed into the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry in 1853. Started by British and Indian merchants, it prospered from the 1850s when large managing agency houses assumed its leadership. The Bengal Chamber is a parent body of industry associations spanning tea, jute, engineering, as business promotion in general, including the Apex National Chambers. The Bengal Chamber has played a supportive role to the development of infrastructural services, railways, electricity, telephone, gas, postal services, shipping and waterways. The Bengal Chamber has been associated with the setting up of the country's first business school, the Indian Institute of Social Welfare and Business Management, and also the Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta. It has helped to set up landmarks in Kolkata, like the Academy of Fine Arts, the Auditorium at Nazrul Manch, Woodlands Nursing Home, and a spectacular Sonnet Lumiere show at the Victoria Memorial. During Calcutta Municipal Corporation's formative years, the Chamber helped CMC in formulating a number of important civic legislations and practices, which played their own critical part in establishing Calcutta as a preeminent metropolis in the world. The Chamber became the first port of call on matters of federal and state government policies and legislations, many of which the Chamber reviewed and commented upon before their passage through the Parliament and the Assembly. The Chamber was involved in the conceptualization of the airport at Dum Dum and the Howrah Bridge, and had lobbied for the creation of overland trade routes with China through Tibet. The Howrah Bridge, which is a famous symbol of Kolkata, West Bengal and India, was the third longest cantilever bridge at the time of its construction, and is the sixth longest bridge of its type in the world at present. The arguments in favor of constructing such a bridge across the Hooghly River had figured in the Chamber's correspondences as far back as 1855. The Chamber had since 1860 focused on the utilization of waterways for commerce and transportation, and the Chamber's records include many references to the desirability of constituting a river trust, exercising jurisdiction over the 120 miles of pilot's water that lie between Calcutta and the sea, thus leading to the formation of the Calcutta Port Trust in 1870. The Chamber has always stood by and with society, from inculcating in our children the need for a sustainable natural environment, which will in turn help create a secure future for the generations to come, to being the chief relief distributor during the Great Bengal Famine of 1943, to aiding war-affected areas and taking up relief work for Cyclone Aila-affected villages in the Sundarbans, a World Heritage Site. The Chamber has taken CSR as one of the guiding principles for business operations. History has also been kind to the Chamber, since quite often we have written it. It was therefore appropriate that history was created all over again when we had Shri Pranab Mukherjee, President of India, honoring the Chamber as our chief guest at the AGM in September 2013.
Because normally the President does not take part in the AGM or other functions of the Chamber of Commerce and Industries. I made an exception because of my nostalgic feeling along with the city and the organizations associated with it, but also because of the fact when I was told that perhaps this is the oldest organization in India, and for long 180 years it is moving on.
The President expressed his unequivocal love for Kolkata and for the Chamber, which had influenced his decision to address, for the first time ever, the AGM of a Chamber of Commerce. Shri Mukherjee said the Chamber had provided yeoman service to the nation for 180 years and wished for it to do so for the next 180 years.
For 180 years, you have rendered yeoman service to the community. I wish you to do so in the coming 180 years.
Throughout the ages, the Chamber has been fortunate to receive the blessings and support of the personalities who have led our nation as statesmen and led the path of progress for a proud India. In this journey, we have been blessed to have had interacted with icons who have steered our teeming millions with their leadership, vision, and compassion. Our local area development initiatives, our outreach activities, and project-led approach in the northeastern region of India, and our international business linkages with overseas partners are all torchbearers of our ever-expanding activities. Today, the Chamber's range of operations is diverse and evolving over time. The Chamber has indeed assumed a multifaceted role while also focusing on catalyzing a city of analytics for leveraging the big data revolution in the world. Our linkages with overseas governments, businesses, and institutions are growing stronger by the day, and we have created very relevant B2B platforms for both inward and outward investments by hosting delegations and taking regular business missions spanning continents.
কেহ নাহি জানে কারা ভানে কত মানুষের ধারা দুর্বার স্রোতে এলো কোথা হতে সমুদ্রে হলো হারা কত মানুষের ধারা হেথায় আর্য হেথায় অনার্য হেথায় দ্রাবিড় চীন সব হুন্দল পাঠান মোগল এক দেহে হলো লীন পশ্চিমে আজ খুলিয়াছে দ্বার, সেটা হতে সবে আনে উপহার, দিবে আর নিবে, মিলাবে মিলিবে, যাবে না ফিরে। এই ভারতের মহামানবের সাগর তীরে, জাগরে ধীরে।
Much is happening in the East today, but much still remains to be done. The doors to the world are now open. In this new environment, Bengal can find its destiny and become the gateway to the East, including new horizons beckoning in Southeast Asia and China. The Bengal Chamber shares this truth with the people of the region.
We have always defined ourselves by the ability to overcome the impossible. And we count these moments when we dare to aim higher, to make a difference, to set a mark. And in this pursuit of ours, let us be reminded that we are still pioneers. And our greatest strength is our faith in the words, I can. Educational initiatives from the JIS group. The wall of knowledge, engineering lives.
Holistic, value-based, experiential. Learning is always comprehensive at SMU. Located at Newtown, Rajarhat, Kolkata, SMU lies close to the new corporate hub of the city. Established through the enactment of the Sister Nivedita University Act 2017, SNU is deeply inspired by the thoughts and teachings of Swami Vivekananda and Sister Nivedita. Housing an environment of inclusiveness, the university promises to provide education to all without any bias based on class, social status, creed, religion, or gender. The SNU campus boasts of a well-designed, ergonomical infrastructure with educational facilities par global standards. SNU also provides students with accommodation facilities that harbor an interactive, healthy, hygienic, and academic-oriented environment. Moreover, healthy, home-cooked food items are served in the cafeteria.
एट एसएनयू का फूड कोर्ट हम लोग खोले हैं। यहाँ पर हम लोग इंडियन, चाइनीज, बंगाली और भी डिशेज रखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और फूड क्वालिटी में कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज हम लोग नहीं करते हैं।
In-house buses with well-coordinated routes covering all parts of the city provide a smooth, safe and convenient transport service.
In addition to providing playground, indoor games facilities, we have set up yoga center here. We have an agreement with the Korean organization, a special type of martial art, Taekwondo.
SNU, it has been a life-changing experience for me.
At SNU, I have believed I have made a right decision to join this university.
At SNU, I have started becoming a good human, discovering new ideas and innovation which comes along with creativity and excellence. I have started enjoying my life at SNU and I hope you will enjoy it here too.
1966, 2,000 kilometers away from their traditional homeland, a team of inspired businessmen start a new chapter in education in Calcutta. When the hardworking community of entrepreneurs felt the need to preserve their linguistic and cultural heritage, the Bhawanipur Education Society College was founded under the aegis of the Bhawanipur Gujarati Education Society, affiliated to the University of Calcutta. A campus that inspires excellence through a range of extracurricular activities.
The Bhawanipur Education Society College is proud to reveal the Bhawanipur way of life, learning for leadership and liberal values.
Are you stressed out, indecisive, and confused about your career? ECPTA 120 Minutes, world's most technologically advanced career predictive test. IBM's AI and deep learning technology will match your skills and aptitude to over 1,400 careers. Get your career tested at ecptonline.com.
It all started in the year 1920 when some eminent industrialists of Kolkata founded the Marwari Balika Vidyalaya. Later, in 1954, Sri Shiksharthan School was founded, and in 1955, Sri Shiksharthan College came into being with the objective of further propagating quality education to girls.
6 years ago, we started a postgraduate diploma management institution in Calcutta.
All these institutions have continued to excel under the management of the Shiksharthan Foundation, under the guidance of industrialists like its president, Mr. S.K. Birla, Director Emeritus, Birla Brothers Private Limited, Vice President, Mr. B.K. Jhawar, Chairman Emeritus, Usha Martin, Mr. G.K. Khaitan, Trustee and President of Shiksharthan College, Mr. R.S. Goenka, Trustee and MD of the Emami Group, and other reputed industrialists.
The pinnacle of success that we have achieved today in the journey of the past 60 years is an essence of culmination of the untiring, unstinted contribution of our Founder Secretary, Secretary Generals, CEOs, principals, teachers, students, and of course our very loving parents.
ABP Education is a newly launched education portal from the Kolkata headquartered ABP Group, powered by Anandabajar Potrika and The Telegraph, Eastern India's largest circulated newspapers. The ABP Education portal offers a complete solution to students, parents, and educators with information on career choices and opportunities in higher education and updates on colleges, courses, examinations, results, and admissions.
IIHM, popularly known as the International Institute of Hotel Management, is one of the largest private hospitality institutes that imparts world-class education and can firmly pride itself for being one of the foremost academic institutions of the country that offer globally recognized international degrees in hotel management. The hugely popular event that they host, IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad. As the last dish is plated, they can only wait till the evening for the verdict to be pronounced.
Malaysia!
IIHM as an institute has always been able to define its core objectives clearly over the years. It is an institution that has always worked towards causes that give back to the society. IIHM proudly and aptly calls them food soldiers, a dynamic group of students working tirelessly to ensure a hunger-free world.
Hotel management, hotel plus management. At IIHM, the education is like doing a BBA plus hospitality, because at IIHM we train our students to become global business hospitality managers. In one hand, they are full of knowledge in hospitality, charismatic, and they have got the study skills of very hardcore management subjects like finance, strategic HR, global marketing, and a whole range of the management inputs.
For a great hospitality career, call 98310 50,000.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Dr. Subarna Bose. I am the chairman of the Education Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and this time we are organizing the Bengal Chamber of Commerce Annual Education Conclave on 9th and 10th of October. And of course, during the pandemic, we have to do it on a virtual platform. But on behalf of my entire team at Bengal Chamber of Commerce, I'd like to welcome you to come and be a part of the Annual Education Conclave 2020, because this is big. This is going to be very big because this is on the National Education Policy 2020. After 40 years, India has got a national education policy, and nothing can get bigger than this. So the entire theme of the conference is the NEP 2020, and we have as a keynote address no other than the man who wrote the national education policy, Dr. Kasturi Rangan. And of course, we have got a galaxy of the star and celebrity speakers from the education and from the government and from the business. So on behalf of my entire team at Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, may I once again welcome all of you in the Annual Education Conclave 2020 on 9th and 10th of October, starting from 4 p.m. and ending at 9:30 p.m. Please do come and join us, because this is big in education and it can't get better than this. So once again, see you all and enjoy the Bengal Chamber of Commerce Annual Education Conclave 2020. Theme is National Education Policy 2020. Thank you very much, and please do join in. Thank you.
We have always defined ourselves.
Holistic, value-based, experiential. Learning is always comprehensive at SMU. Located at Newtown, Rajarhat, Kolkata, SMU lies close to the new corporate hub of the city. Established through the enactment of the Sister Nivedita University Act 2017, SNU is deeply inspired by the thoughts and teachings of Swami Vivekananda and Sister Nivedita. Housing an environment of inclusiveness, the university promises to provide education to all without any bias based on class, social status, creed, religion, or gender. The SNU campus boasts of a well-designed, ergonomical infrastructure with educational facilities par global standards. SNU also provides students with accommodation facilities that harbor an interactive, healthy, hygienic, and academic-oriented environment. Moreover, healthy, home-cooked food items are served in the cafeteria.
एट एसएनयू का फूड कोर्ट हम लोग खोले हैं। यहाँ पर हम लोग इंडियन, चाइनीज, बंगाली और भी डिशेज रखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और फूड क्वालिटी में कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज हम लोग नहीं करते हैं।
In-house buses with well-coordinated routes covering all parts of the city provide a smooth, safe and convenient transport service.
In addition to providing playground, indoor games facilities, we have set up yoga center here. We have an agreement with the Korean organization, a special type of martial art, Taekwondo.
SNU, it has been a life-changing experience for me.
Attending you, I have believed I have made a right decision to join this university.
At SNU, I have started becoming a good human, discovering new ideas and innovation which comes along with creativity and excellence. I have started enjoying my life at SNU and I hope you will enjoy it here too.
(1966), 2,000 kilometers away from their traditional homeland, a team of inspired businessmen start a new chapter in education in Calcutta. When the hardworking community of entrepreneurs felt the need to preserve their linguistic and cultural heritage, the Bhawanipur Education Society College was founded under the aegis of the Bhawanipur Gujarati Education Society, affiliated to the University of Calcutta. A campus that inspires excellence through a range of extracurricular activities.
Bhawanipur Education Society College is proud to reveal the Bhawanipur way of life, learning for leadership and liberal values.
A very, very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the 3rd Annual Education Conclave 2020, hosted by the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, partnered by ABP Education. United Kingdom is a partner country and the conclave is supported by British Council. This important conclave has been titled as the Indian Education Reflection of the New World Order. A huge thank you to all our sponsors for this edition and of course for all their great patronage. Our special mention to our sponsors for today, that would be of course our title sponsor GIS, country partner UK, our gold sponsors, Bhawanipur Education Society and Sister Nivedita University, the bronze sponsor, which is Shikshayatan Foundation, co-sponsor IIHM, our industry partner ITC, digital partner EduGuide, and definitely our entire event being partnered by ABP Education. The conclave would be running for 2 consecutive days, and today happens to be the first day of the event. A very warm welcome to all our delegates, our esteemed speakers,
event moderators, and most importantly, our audience. To give you a brief insight of the legacy of BCCI, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, a 187 years old heritage institution, which is India's oldest and the second oldest institution of its kind in the world. Donning its multiple roles as catalyst, initiator, facilitator, business partner, and service provider, the Bengal Chamber has made significant contributions to the government, both at the center and at the state. In its history spanning almost 2 centuries, and as a recognition of our contribution as a think tank, the Bengal Chamber has always had the honor of having leading lights of the country speak at some of our forums. In independent India, from the legendary Sri C. Rajagopalachari, the then Governor General of India, various cabinet ministers and the chief ministers of West Bengal have graced the chamber with their august presence. Late Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee graced us with his presence in 2003 as the Prime Minister of India. The Bengal Chamber's AGM in 2013 was graced by late Sri Pranab Mukherjee, the then President of India. The President expressed his unequivocal love for Kolkata and for the Bengal Chamber and said that the Chamber had provided yeoman service to the nation for 180 years and wished for it to continue to do so for the next 180 years. In 184 years of its operation, the Chamber has had the privilege of hosting some of the esteemed dignitaries like Sri Pranab Mukherjee, the then President of India, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the sitting Prime Minister of India, Nancy Powell, US Ambassador to India, Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, the Deputy Chairman of the Planning Commission of India, amongst others. The Chamber has made its mark by holding a lot of signature events in the East. We have been curating events in different fields of the society like energy and environment, finance, banking, IT, leadership, travel, sports, CSR, marketing, as well as creating quality programs for the benefit of the business community and definitely the society at large. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward to the inaugural session, I would like to now invite Honorable President BCCI, Mr. B.B. Chatterjee, for his welcome address. Welcoming you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay. Good evening, icons from the world of education and entrepreneurship, the managing committee members present at the conclave, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 3rd edition of the BCC&I Annual Education Conclave 2020. It is themed Indian Education, Reflection of the New World Order. The Bengal Chamber has been conducting the Annual Education Conclave for the last 2 years. While the Annual Education Conclaves are in sync with the futuristic educational trends, the objectives of the conclave are to learn about, to share and exchange best practices in educational strategies for the next generation. The Chamber's education conclaves appreciate and acknowledge people not only from the education industry, but also those who holistically contribute towards learning. The theme of the conclave this year is the National Education Policy 2020, which has recently been announced. We have stalwarts from the fraternity who will enlighten us on the subject these 2 days. The new NEP, as it is called, seeks to introduce and implement a sea of changes across all levels of education in India, including the essential understanding of education in the country. It also seeks to implement changes in the way the facilitators of such education, namely the schools, the colleges, the teachers, are trained and how they approach education. According to details available, The NEP was formulated after having considered over 2 lakh suggestions from 2.5 lakh gram panchayats and 6,600 blocks across the 676 districts of the country. Vocational education space, ladies and gentlemen, had been neglected by policymakers for decades now. Studies suggest that this has led to a dysfunctional educational system in India, which has one of the youngest populations in the world and which is an asset in a free market economy like ours. Vocational training being incorporated into formal education is expected to prepare students before they enter the job market. A clear advantage of vocational training is that learning can be undertaken on the job as well as in the classrooms. This means that besides broader academic knowledge, students will also get the practical skills to earn a living. The NEP being so comprehensive in its approach is perhaps one of the major reforms initiated in the education sector. However, we need to comprehensively understand the policy framework, make impact analysis in great details, as nurturing and the development of the young minds paves way on how the nation will shape up in the future decades. Over these 2 days, we will get to know about the policy and how it will impact the lives of the children and the education fraternity in the coming years. I'm sure you will benefit from the deliberations of this conclave. Thank you so much for a patient hearing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chatterjee, for your warm address, sir, and definitely your great insight. I would like to now invite Mr. Dev A. Mukherjee, President-Designate, BCCI, for his warm address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. May I join the President in welcoming all of you to the 3rd Annual Education Conclave 2020 of Bengal Chamber. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are all well aware, we are now on the cusp of a new decade. A decade that heralds in significant changes on all fronts, in every area, and most importantly, the education sector that shapes the way we lead our lives, interface with our environment, earn our livelihoods, and contribute in business terms to the GDP of our country and the global community. The time and the content of this year's Annual Education Conclave 2020 couldn't have been more appropriate. Compliments to the leadership of the Education Committee and the Secretariat for having diligently crafted a 2-day program with focus on Indian education, reflection of the new world order. With the introduction of the new education policy, India steps up to the next level of global benchmarking its education delivery system, where we all anticipate transformative and in some ways could even be disruptive changes in the way the education delivery system would work. Before we talk about the implementation of the new policy, let us for a moment pause, step back, and ask ourselves why we are doing what we are doing before getting into the how of it. In other words, the purpose behind the objective should be clearly understood for the objectives to dovetail seamlessly with the rollout plan. A plan that necessarily has to be inclusive and beneficial,
Mr. Mukherjee, are you able to hear us? I trust there is some technical problem. Sir, can you hear us? We're just waiting for Mr. Mukherjee to log back again. I trust there is some technical problem. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here today. And I'm sure the audience is growing all across the social media, across all the platforms who have in fact joined in for this very, very important conclave. So before I move ahead, and of course, we wait for Mr. Mukherjee to join back again for his welcome address, I would like to, of course, go ahead and take this pleasure of thanking all our sponsors for tonight. Thank you so much to everybody who has been an immense support towards the conclave. And we are really, really encouraged, and we are really looking for, a wonderful, wonderful conclave today and tomorrow. We shall be waiting for Mr. Mukherjee to join in, but then, in premise, of course, we already have the next speaker, and definitely we would like to welcome Dr. Subodhno Bose, Chairman, Education Committee, BCC&I, and the Chief Mentor, IHM Group Institutions, who shall be setting the agenda for the conclave today. To speak a few words about Dr. Subodhno Bose, he is a brilliant CA and a serial entrepreneur and is the world's most influential hospitality educator. He is also the CEO of International Hospitality Council in London and has been awarded Economic Times Business Leader of the Year 2019. He is the chairman of the Education Committee of BCC&I for last 4 years. A very, very hearty and warm welcome to you, sir. And we look forward to your welcome message.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that we'll get back Mr. Dev Mukherjee quite quickly, I think. But before that, let me welcome all the delegates, all the panelists, all the speaker moderators, and the entire team at the Education Committee at the Bengal Chamber and Secretariat, of course, who have worked so hard to bring to you this two-day Annual Education Conclave 2020. It has been a great start for the national education policy, because as Mr. Dev Mukherjee was telling that we're just in the brink of starting a new decade, and the national education policy has come in the right time. In fact, it is quite interesting because India has to wait for 30 years to get a new education policy. And the new education policy actually heralds new India. We are today very fortunate that the keynote address will be delivered by the man who penned the National Education Policy 2020, none other than Padma Vibhishan, Dr. Kasturi Rangan sir, and he will be coming and talking in detail about NEP. And I think what more can we wait for? The National Education Policy actually has been made to look at the new generation of the Indian students at the school level, college level, university level, and the preschool level. Of course, vocational education has taken a very important role. To quote our Prime Minister Modi, who said that a focus needs to be on the implementation of the policy. I think that is the most important thing in front of the entire community of educators all over the country. The implementation of the policy is where the success of the National Education Policy 2020 will lie, because it is all about implementation. As we all understand, that India is a difficult country because of its diversity, because of the digital divide, and of course because of the huge disproportionate wealth distribution. So keeping that ecosystem, keeping that infrastructural issues to implement the NEP would be the bigger challenge than the NEP itself. And I think by 2020, the implementation will start in the right earnest. I think one of the most important and interesting part of NEP is that the students are now given that opportunity to study what they want to study, and not that typical that engineering or medicine or law or chartered accountant. When I was a student, I studied chartered accountant because that was the only thing available apart from anything else in science. But today, you can actually study music with physics. You can study culinary with mathematics. I think the biggest advantage of the new education policy is that we are giving the students a platform to realize their talent, to realize their potential, and to become what they want to become. I think over the last so many years, the world has moved on. Even our country have moved on. We have become a digitally superpower in a lot of respect. The top IT companies in the world are led by Indians. But unfortunately, the education system stood at a standstill what it was 30, 40 years back. So it's such a refreshing transformation for the country to bring the new education policy. The National Education Policy 2020 will herald a new India. This policy is for creating our new children of the new generation who will be the best in the world. We need to come out of that huge slavery of we need to do engineering or IITs or medicine. We need to come out of the prison that everybody have to be an engineer or everybody have to go for the huge joint entrance examination. We need to give our kids a much more playing field that they can actually study what they want to study and succeed. I think the National Education Policy has actually pinpointed that very, very nicely. They want to make sure that the students will not really work for getting marks. They want to make sure that the school bags would be much more lighter. And there would be a huge emphasis on the modern education, the vocational education. And people will not really go for the joint entrance and the traditional education that has been the bane of our society for last 40 years. I have seen in so many places, the students are spending years. They are getting depressed. They are getting addicted because they have not been able to cope up with the entrance examination. And I think National Education Policy has solving that issue. And that I think is a huge thing for all of us. The school will be adopting the new format. Right now we work on a 10+2. That's going to change. And from 2020, the school will be adopting a new framework. There will be no limit for the classroom. The students can actually go and study anywhere. more projects, assignment, less classroom education. I think the biggest thing is that the students are getting far more independence. I think all in all, the national education policy is actually throwing a new light as they move on to the new generation of our children, where the national education policy is paving the way to generate the employability. Employability is very important, and our students that we are producing sometimes are good, but they are not employable. I think the national education policy is providing that important structure of making our children, making the millennials, making the students employable. It is not about literacy. It's about education. I think long time back, Gandhiji said that literacy is not education. Literacy is not the end of education. It is not even the beginning. I think today, at 2020, we realize what the great Mahatma Gandhi said, that we should not be so much obsessed with the literacy. We should be focused on the employability. We should be focused on holistic education. If there is somebody who is good in culinary, somebody who is good in television, on anchoring, if somebody is good in coding, let that be his or her career, not the IITs and the medical colleges of the world. Because we have got so much of population, young population, that we can make India an absolutely superpower, an absolutely intellectual superpower, if we really think beyond marks, think beyond the divisions, think beyond the entrance examination, and the kind of stress, the kind of depression that the kids go through, going through this process. We all know about it. But today, the National Education Policy 2020 has given a lot of structure that we can come out of this bigger pandemic that has been ailing the India's education for last 40 years. I think when Padma Vibhishan, Dr. Kasturi Rangan will come few minutes from now, he will tell much more than this. But as an educator for 31 years, I can say that this is possibly the best thing that has happened in India ever since the independence. Because any society in the world needs this independent, educated people. People who choose their education, people who are independently happy to do what they like to do. And I think the National Education Policy 2020 is the new beginning. It has been done for the new generation. It is for the new India. And we are so fortunate and delighted to have the man who wrote it all, who will be joining very shortly, Dr. Kasturi Rangan himself, to tell us more about it. Once again, let me thank all of you for joining this two-day Annual Education Conclave 2020 of our Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And I'd like to thank all the sponsors, all our panelists, the moderators, the speakers, the IT team, the team at the Secretariat of Bengal Chamber of Commerce, and the EduGuide team, and everyone in the Education Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, which I'm so privileged to lead. Thank you very much for your contribution, for your suggestions, and for your help to make this virtual conference such a great success, even in the midst of the pandemic that we are all going through. So thank you very much, and look forward for absolutely rocking 2 days of great conversation and great talks by some galaxy of the educationists and great people. Thank you very much. And let's take it forward to our next speaker. Thanks very much. Over to you, Sanjani.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bose. That was, of course, a very, very encouraging welcome message from Dr. Suborna Bose. And now I would like to basically go back to Mr. Debe Mukherjee. Sir, I trust you have just joined us back. He, in fact, could not continue because of some technical problem, but I trust he's here. Mr. Debe Mukherjee, President-designate BCCI, is here to, of course, go ahead with his welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, I'm not sure if my system is working or what I should or whom I should put the blame on. But just to pick up the threads from where I left, I think the point I was making is that before we talk about implementing this new education policy, let us for a moment just step back and ask ourselves why we are doing what we are doing before we get into the how of it. In other words, the point I was trying to make is that the purpose behind the objectives of the policy should be clearly understood for the objectives to dovetail seamlessly with the rollout plan. And the plan needs to be inclusive and beneficial, holistic, practical, multidisciplinary, bottom-up, and above all, anchored in our deep-rooted value system. The deliberations today and tomorrow would decode the new policy and also would endeavor to relate to the best practices globally available. But allow me just to make two very quick observations on the idea and role of innovation, something that's much talked about these days, and the part
I'm so sorry. I trust there's again a technical failure. This is what technology it is. Like sometimes we do definitely have to, yes, sir is back. Yes, Mr. Mukherjee, we can see you again.
Sorry, was I not audible all this time?
Yes, there was a little time stuck, sir. So I think you can start from the last 10 seconds.
Oh, I don't know what's going wrong. Maybe the system is behaving very erratic. But as I was saying, innovation to my mind has to be seen in an expansive sense, in a wider context, in the change we make to the way we think, act, and deliver value. And this happens right through our educational, vocational work life, that is, right through the entire lifespan of each and every individual. As for the Bengal Chamber, we believe in a symbiotic relationship we share with the academia, a relationship that tirelessly strives towards looking at innovative ways to fulfill the developmental imperatives of our country. All of us are very keenly looking forward to some stimulating and productive deliberations going forward. Thank you very much, and apologies for all the hiccups in my short talk to all of you. Thank you and enjoy the proceedings.
Thank you so much, sir. And it's absolutely not an issue at all. We definitely sometimes go through such issues, but it's fine. We could, of course, go ahead and hear you so well. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Thank you so much for joining us today.
You are welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have amongst us today Ms. Barbara Wickham, OBE, Director, British Council, India, and the Minister of Education and Cultural Affairs, British High Commission, New Delhi, who would be sharing a few words with all of us here. Welcome, ma'am. We look forward to your address.
Thank you very much. And I hope you can all hear me reasonably clearly. Fingers crossed around the tech, it's always a bit of a worry, isn't it? So Namaskar, I'm Barbara Wickham. I hope all of you are safe and well, and I take this opportunity to wish you all a rather early but a very happy and safe Durga Puja this year. I have to say that Debanjan Chakrabarti, who many of you know very well, we had a plan cooked up that I would be in Calcutta for Durga Puja this year, but obviously that's not going to happen, and I'm extremely disappointed about that. But next year, fingers crossed, that will be possible. So on behalf of British Council India, I'd really like to thank the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for organising this conclave on what other speakers have already said this evening is such an important topic. The visionary new national education policy of India, and particularly like to thank Dr. Kasturi Rangan for leading what others have said is clearly been a mammoth effort. I'd also like to thank the Chamber for inviting the UK to be the partner country this year. And as the UK government's international institution for education and cultural relations, the British Council is delighted to extend its support to this conclave. One other thank you, if I may, to Mr. Sen, Chairman of West Bengal HIDCO, for the new partnership that we've just entered into with HIDCO for the Newtown Library. And that'll help all universities and students in Newtown and Salt Lake areas to access our resources, particularly our digital library, and to know more about studying in the UK. For us, this is a critical year and an important year for UK-India relations. Even as we battle the pandemic together and work with each other to find a vaccine, we seek a new bilateral partnership that may well define the 21st century, not just for our two countries, but for the world. And an education, research, and innovation that drives prosperity is at the heart of that new relationship. I'm sure many of you will know the British Council is the UK's government international institution for education and cultural relations. We're present in over 100 countries and territories around the globe. India is a key partner for the UK. We've a unique relationship that is broad and deep. The British Council has been in India for over 70 years, and we've been a partner to India's knowledge, ambitions, and economic growth throughout that time. As people have already been saying, you know, the scale of the challenge for India's education system is enormous, with over 350 million of India's 1.4 billion people under the age of 23 and in school and institution of higher and technical education. The scale of the task for the implementation of the new education policy is one that we would be very happy to support. And no wonder, given the fact that we're an education and cultural relations organisation, that for India, India is the British Council's largest operation in the world. Education is at the heart of the UK and India work that we manage at the British Council, and we do that by creating opportunities for young people in both countries to immerse themselves in each other's education systems, for research partnerships and collaborations to thrive, and most importantly, people-to-people connections in the India education ecosystem to make sure that they're really well established and working effectively. And an interesting recent example is, as you know, for example, Sir Roger Penrose, the British physicist, has been awarded the Nobel Prize in his discipline this year. He has amazing links with Calcutta, as part of his work, is based on the Roy Chowdhury equation, developed by Professor Amal Kumar Roy Chowdhury of what is now Presidency University in the city. Sir Roger, as many of you know, has visited India several times at the British Council's invitation, and many of you will recall that he delivered a famous lecture on his thesis at the India Institute for the Cultivation of Science in 2007 at our behest. So along with other such eminent scholars, we will continue to support visits to the institutes like the Cultivation of Science and many more through our great series of events and lectures. And I'm delighted that Professor Ianthe Simpley of Cambridge University will be addressing this conclave later. She'll speak about the piece of research that supports some of the recommendations of the NEP on multilingual education, particularly in the foundation stages of learning. British Council helped scope out that partnership research funded by the Economic, Social and Research Council of the UK, and we were delighted to be a co-investigator in that programme. British Council really welcomes the new education policy, and through our UK India Education and Research Initiative, UKERI for short, we're working with the governments and partners in India and the UK to drive areas of research, mobility and capacity building jointly. Driving student mobility from the UK to India is also a mutual area of interest for us. And through our initiatives like UKERI and the Newton Barber Fund, young students and research professionals from the UK have the opportunity to get placed for a certain duration of their course in Indian education institutions. Both these initiatives are really focused on strengthening research and academic links between India and the UK to build that really strong talent pipeline between our two countries. We were delighted also to see, as part of the new education policy, the establishment of the National Research Foundation, and we are very keen to be working with the NRF much more deeply as soon as it gets going. As you can imagine, there have been lots of interest in the new education policy for the UK, and so we've organised international webinars for UK higher education institutions to discuss aspects of the policy and the equalisation levy. Events have brought together key policymakers, academicians and experts to discuss the policy and provide some clarity around the equalisation levy to UK partners and audiences, and that's been really very well received. Much of the focus of our work in higher and technical education is towards global collaboration, as I was saying, in student mobility, also in international faculty, joint research and sharing of best practice and insights on policy in that domain. And mutuality is at the heart of all of these. Education and research are some of the strongest pillars of the India-UK relationship. And as we see through UKERI, that really has allowed UK and India higher education institutions, as well as government partners such as DST, to work closely in the area of higher education, supporting the internationalisation of Indian higher education institutions and that all-important faculty exchange with some really great success. The UK is now India's second biggest research partner, with joint research expected to be worth £40 million by next year. The UK has advanced from being India's fourth largest international research collaborator to being its second globally and its first in Europe. UK-India co-authored academic articles are more impactful than those produced alone, and those India produces with the US, Germany and Japan, for example. UK-India collaborations produced, and I'll get this figure correct, 12,068 co-authored publications between 2015 and 2018. And that's a whopping 24% nearly growth over that period. And last year I was delighted to host a group of leaders from 21 of the UK's top universities to India, supported by UKIERI, talking to higher education leaders and policymakers, including some of the authors of the new education policy. So I very much hope that we will continue working with the Education Chamber of, the Education Committee of the Bengal Chamber to organise visits to the UK by members of the Chamber. We're all looking at how we respond to this pandemic that we find ourselves in, and the UK's world-class universities are continuing to recruit international students, although admission processes and modes of teaching might look somewhat different this year. So to ensure students meet the required timelines, UK universities have engaged students to encourage students to apply early, even if they're unable to travel to the UK. Many UK higher education institutions are starting their courses online so that students don't miss out or fall behind if they're not able to travel. And responding to the pandemic, as we're in this virtual conference, we organised the first virtual study, a UK fair this year with 26 UK universities, and that reached over 6 lakh people through social media, a phenomenal example of the continued interest in study in the UK. And we're planning a second Study UK fair later in November or early December. So please keep a watch out for that. You know, we talk to students, we talk to parents, we talk to agents and counsellors through a whole variety of fairs, webinars, and sessions online. And it's important when we're talking to that audience that we capture concerns around student visas. Of course, we have the new graduate immigration route, the UCAS application process for undergraduates, scholarships, IELTS, and studying and living in the UK are all really important aspects of the information that we get to students and their parents. You may well be aware that to support more students to study in the UK, the government has announced the creation of a new graduate immigration route, and that will enable international students to remain in the UK for 2 or 3 years after they've completed their study. And it will be available to all international students who've completed a degree at undergraduate level or above at a higher education institution, and of course, who have a valid student visa at the time of their application. Applicants, as I said, through this route will be able to stay and work or look for work in the UK at any skill level for 2 years, and they'll be able to switch into skilled work once they found a suitable job. The route the graduate route is launching in summer 2021 next year, meaning that any eligible student who graduates from then on will be able to apply for the route. So, you know, scholarships are always a popular topic, and the UK offers a host of scholarships and financial support, with close to 500 scholarships available from universities, UK government and the British Council. And that includes Great Scholarships, Commonwealth Scholarships and Fellowships, the Hornby Educational Trust Scholarships, Charles Wallace, India Trust Scholarships, Newton Barber, PhD placements, Chevening, and the British Council scholarships for women in STEM. So a whole variety, whatever your area of interest. As one of our previous speakers were saying, you know, it's important that we capture that whole range of interest in academic disciplines. So currently, our Study UK Alumni Awards are open on our website, and that is an award for the UK alumni who has studied in the UK over the last 15 years in 3 areas: professional achievement, the Entrepreneur Award, and the Social Impact Award. So please do have a look online. The application date is the end of this month. And if you've studied in the UK, I'd really, really encourage you to apply for the award. Those of you who have offers to study in the UK, also watch the space for great scholarships, which should be announced at the end of this month. So fingers crossed that the tech continued to work. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you again for the Bengal Chamber for organising this important dialogue. Look forward to tuning in to more of the conclave and learning about the important work of the Education Committee. And I'd like to say, you know, please stay safe, stay healthy. Dhanyavad, shobai bolo takben, shushto takben. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was indeed very, very nice. And thank you so much for sharing your insights on, you know, with us, and definitely on the UK and India collaboration. That's beautiful, ma'am. And we love the way you basically, you know, spoke in Bengali and so beautifully in the Indian language. Thank you, ma'am. Dhanyavad to you.
Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to go ahead and now request the pleasure of having Professor Dr. Ajay Kumar Ray, who is the Director, GIS Institute of Advanced Studies and Research, Kolkata. And we would like to invite him for his welcome address. Over to you, sir.
A very good evening to everybody. At the outset, let me thank Bengal Chamber of Commerce for organizing this very important seminar, 2-day seminar, and then for inviting me on this inaugural session. You know, 73 years back when we got our independence, then India started with only 17 universities. And then we had only 2,636 colleges with total enrollment of only 238,000 students. So that was in 1947. We had several commissions, and starting with the first one in 1948, which was headed by none other than Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan. Then 1952 Mudaliar Commission. Then 1968. Then 1986 was the actual, National Education Policy Committee. Then 1992 it was slightly changed. And today, after so many years, we have got in 2020, we have got the National Education Policy 2020. And what is the background of this? The background is today on 20th June, we started with 17 universities. Today we have got 993 universities, 58 times. And 39,931 colleges with, imagine, 3.73 crore students enrolled. Our gross enrollment ratio in 2011, it was hardly 11.5%. Today, our GER, gross enrollment ratio, has increased to 26.3%. And very interestingly, 60% of private institutes, they are catering to 64% of the total number of students in the country. Out of these 993 universities that I talked about, we have the IITs, we have the NITs, in fact, triple ITs, ISARs, IIST, Shibpur, and even IIMs. And we have got the regulatory bodies along with UGC and AICT. We have got 15 professional councils, like say Council of Architecture, Medical Council of India, etc., etc. Now, with this background, imagine that when 3.73 crores of students are enrolled today, and these are all young manpower. So India, they are really the asset of the country. The major thing, the transformation of this asset to the real product, that is the ultimate idea of any education policy. So this 3.73 crores should be converted or transformed to ideal, asset. The salient features, I must congratulate, I should call it as Dr. Kasturi Rangan committee, because it is he and his team who has developed it. And it was a very laborious effort. It took several years. And then finally, we are very happy that after a long time, we got the new education policy today. There are several very salient features. Some of them are the new education policy. We will listen more in detail from Dr. Kasturi Rangan himself. But just in a nutshell, the autonomous degree granting colleges, all the colleges will be gradually converted to autonomous degree granting colleges or even the university. So that's a good thing. The university, the colleges which are doing good today, they can get their autonomy, they can give their own degree, and effectively they can be the universities. So this committee says that affiliating technical university or deemed to be university, these terminologies will be abolished. So there will not be any such thing. There will be only one cadre, only one class, that is university and the degree granting colleges. Engineering institutions, including IITs, to be multidisciplinary. In fact, in my opinion, this multidisciplinariness of the science and technology, that should be the real, basis in which the science and technology in 21st century is moving. And it is very important to note that this committee, they have given tremendous, importance to this very kind of an approach, that it should be multidisciplinary, and then it should be giving the education in diverse disciplines. Although it's written in some place that engineering institutes, including IITs, because I was with IIT Kharagpur for more than 40 years, and in fact in IITs, at least the old IITs are already multidisciplinary, but the new institutes which are coming, they also should become multidisciplinary. Another very good thing is the undergraduate education. Now, long back, it was there in certain institutes. These were all 4-year undergraduate in general studies. In engineering, we had 4-year BTECs. But then now it is said, these clauses are a little bit imprecise and not very, I think the committee may clarify these points. There are certain points which should be explained to a more detail. One is the undergraduate degrees now will be 3-year generally. And then if somebody does a 4th year, the research, it becomes a 4-year undergraduate. This will be in parity with the international norms, because if you go to any other country, including Europe and America, USA, large number of our students, they go there for higher studies. They do not consider the 3-year bachelor's degree. So 4 years bachelor's degree is a good thing, I must say. And but then it says that, okay, you can get the degrees at every level. So this policy says that after first year, you will get some certificate. After second year, after all, you have spent some time. A lot of people, they may not be having enough money to continue at a stage. But then again, you can come back, because whatever credits you have accumulated, those credits will be in your only account, and you can rejoin. So multiple number of entry and exit. I think multiple number should be again restricted, because it will be very difficult for the institute to take care. There are a lot of points. I have gone through the entire thing, and which will be very difficult so far as the implementation things are concerned. So interestingly, one thing again is not very clear here, that is whether the MTechs will be again for 1 year MTech. Because earlier days, when we were students, we had 5-year BTechs, long time back. Followed by that, we had 2 years MTech. It was changed, it became 5 years BTech, 4 years BTech, then 2 years MTech. Then there was a time when it was made 1.5 years MTech. And now the new committee says that after BTech, your MTech will take only 1 year. It should be 1 year MTech if you are, because there is no mention about the MTech duration. I mean, when it is said that, undergraduate and postgraduate, possibly the committee has thought about mainly in the general stream, whatever will happen. Otherwise, MTechs will be only 1 year for those who have done 4-year course with final year a complete research project. I think that is not bad if there is only 1 year MTech, but one has to possibly give a slightly more serious thought to it, because after all, the master's degree programs are important. PhD after MTech now, or 4-year BTech. So if suppose in engineering discipline, if somebody does a BTech, then according to this policy, directly he can join the PhD program. And that's what the report says. I'm not too sure what is the meaning of that. That means after 4 years of a bachelor's degree, one can directly join the PhD program. Again, I'm not saying that whether it is good or bad, because in IITs even, after 4 years, those who are very good, extremely good, they are allowed. Extremely, they must be, some of the toppers in the class. But we have got, the MTech is one of the steps through which everybody goes through. There is a clause which says that to make it multidisciplinary. I mean, I didn't get the whole idea that there will be again a set of new universities that the committee has suggested. And the new universities should be known as multidisciplinary education and research universities, MERU. Now, this is a very serious point. Already, in our country, there is so many, now we knew always that there are 5 IITs. And today we have got 30 IITs. And then we had, almost again 31 NITs. Our IIEST Shibpur, we wanted it to become an IIT, but then it is now being, classified as an NIT. Then, already we have got so many triple ITs. My point is that it is written that they will be of the standard of IITs. Now, already you have got 30 IITs. Again, to start a new multidisciplinary institute, it will take minimum, 1,000 crores, because the good institutes, like say Bombay, Kharagpur, Delhi, our annual budget is almost, 600, 700 crores per annum. And it will be in course of time, even for starting and to make it a good one, our country, very rightly, the committee has observed that the annual budget in education is so meager and so poor. It is totally all.
Gentle reminder, you only have 5 more minutes, please.
It is, only 4.43%. So the point is whether from implementation point of view, it will be possible to take care of everything. A very important good point has been suggested by the committee, that is the startup incubation centers. So this is very important because, hardly there are not many jobs, and the students, they must be entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurship must be developed everywhere. And this is one of the most important points. Choice-based credit system, where the grades will depend on certain criterion. These criterion have not been very well defined, but then this is a very important thing. Now also we have got choice-based credit system in most of the universities, but then the more important thing is that what are the criterion based on which the grades will be determined. A very important point is India must be promoted as a global study center, global study destination. A very important point That is where, nowadays, I mean, you will hardly find, excepting in some very good IITs or ISCs, that too in the research level, some students, they obviously come from other countries. But in general, it's all one-way flow from India to Europe or America. And it is very important that the committee has suggested that we must make it the destination of many students from abroad. And our universities will be given the chance to set up universities abroad, and they will invite the top universities from USA or from Europe to start their business here. That means the educational centers in our country. This is also a very important thing, provided finally the parliament gives it a go-ahead, because one such move in the earlier days was not passed in the parliament. So on the whole, it's a very, very good move, and Dr. Kasturi Rangan, obviously he deserves special commendation, and his team, they deserve special commendation for coming out with this great thing, 66-page document, which in a nutshell has been given to us, and out of which exactly 33 pages is on the elementary and primary level, school level education, and 33 pages on higher education. In fact, in higher education, I thought that a little bit more on the technical education, engineering education, which will be the backbone of the progress of the country, where a little bit more could have been added. I think Dr. Kasturi Rangan will elaborate on these points. But then this is a great day, and great day of rejoice for all of us who are with academics, with university systems for more than 4 or 5 decades. And again, as I said, that with this new education policy, I mean, in front of us, I hope, that India surely and truly will become one of the global centers of learning. And all the best to all our young people for whom this has been dedicated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Padma Shri Professor Dr. Ajay Kumar Ray, for your valuable input, sir. Thank you very much for being here today with us. Ladies and gentlemen, the next few minutes would be a celebrated moment for all of us as we take the pride to welcome our iconic keynote speaker. We are extremely honored and humbled to have amongst us this evening Padma Vibhushan Dr. Krishnaswamy Kasturi Rangan, Chairperson, Drafting Panel, National Education Policy, Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India, and Chancellor, Central University of Rajasthan. Dr. Krishnaswamy Kasturi Rangan is an Indian space scientist who headed the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, from 1994 to 2003. He is presently Chancellor of Central University of Rajasthan and NIIT University. He is a former Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University and the Chairman of Karnataka Knowledge Commission. He is a former member of the Rajya Sabha from 2003 to 2009 and a former member of the Planning Commission of India. He was also the director of the National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bangalore, from April 2004 to 2009. He is a recipient of the 3 major civilian awards from the Government of India, the Padma Shri in 1982, the Padma Bhushan 1992, and Padma Vibhushan 2000. The Indian government has recently revamped its education policy after 3 long decades. And credit for doing that goes singularly to Dr. Kasturi Rangan, who along with his team drafted the new education policy. And before we proceed with the keynote address of Padma Vibhushan Dr. Kasturi Rangan today, we would be celebrating the induction of Padma Vibhushan Dr. Kasturi Rangan in the BCC&I Hall of Fame 2020. What an honor it is for all of us as we invite Dr. Subodhana Bose, Chairman, Education Committee, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to please come forward and read the citation for induction of Padma Vibhushan Dr. Kasturi Rangan in the BCC&I Hall of Fame. Over to you, sir.
A very warm welcome to Dr. Kasturi Rangan, sir. It is our great honor and privilege to have you within us in the Bengal Chamber of Commerce Annual Education Conclave 2020, and we cannot thank you more for giving us your precious time and wisdom. So as Sanchari said, before we proceed for your keynote address, I am honored and delighted to read the citation for the induction into the Bengal Chamber of Commerce Hall of Fame 2020, sir. Allow me to read the citation. With deep appreciation and respect, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry is proud and privileged to induct Padma Vibhishan Dr. Krishna Shami Kastrirangan in the Hall of the Fame of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for his untiring contribution in the fields of education and scientific research. Sir, the people owe you a deep debt of gratitude for spearheading the national education policy with a visionary approach to learning and enabling excellence in education with a special focus on vocational education and training from a younger age. One cannot also, sir, forget your contributions in the field of science and technology. Under your leadership as the chairman of ISRO, India's space program witnessed several major milestones, including the successful launching and operationalization of Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle, PSLV, as well as GSLV, amongst many of your other achievements. Today, we wish you a long life and happiness in the years ahead, and we are so privileged to have you in the August company as a member of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce Hall of Fame 2020, today from Calcutta, October 09, 2020. Thank you very much, sir, for this. Thanks for joining us, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bose. And it is really a very, very euphoric moment. And I must say a huge congratulations, sir, on behalf of all of us at BCCI. And we are extremely proud and privileged to have you amongst us today. So now, sir, can I go ahead and request you to deliver your Q&A address?
First of all, let me say how privileged and touched I am by the decision of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, particularly Mr. B.B. Chatterjee and Dr. Subarno Bose and yourself and many office bearers of this institution for conferring on me a very unique honor, that of being admitted to the Hall of Fame. Needless to emphasize, when you say this is for the work that we have tried to do in the education and creation of a new education policy, I should also recognize my colleagues who worked, with whom we worked together. And there has been a committee which went into the detail. I can't give the names of all of them, but I can say people like Manjul Bhargav, who is a field medalist from Princeton University, or we had people like Sridhar, from a professor from Bangalore. We had Mrs. Dr. Vasudha Kamath, who was a former VC of the SNDT University, and many others who were a part of this committee. There were also people like the Anurag Behel, Ramachandran, who helped us in drafting this particular report in the final form in which it came. And we also appointed a set of peer reviewers who went into the detail, were not a part of the preparation, but we want them to independently evaluate it. And ultimately, it was subjected to several layers of reviews, and leading to Prime Minister taking several reviews to ensure that everything is acceptable in the way in which we have presented it, and it is pragmatic. I should also mention, when we put it into the public domain, we had something like 2.5 lakhs of responses from the public regarding how they feel about it. And I should say substantial support we got through the public domain exposure of this particular thing. So that is just a brief history of how we went about doing this. And I would say I accept this honor humbly on behalf of all my colleagues. And on today is a day in which we are all privileged to be honored by your great institution, an institution which dates back to a long time. Probably it is the oldest financial institution in this country. So we are really privileged, and thank you very much. First of all, let me now come back to my talk. Mr. Baby Chatterjee, President, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Director, ITC Infotech India Limited. Dr. Subarno Bose, you said it with flowers a few minutes back at my house. And then we have the Chief Mentor and members of the office bearers of BCC&I, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I am so delighted to be a part of this third Annual Education Conclave 2020, organized by the Education Committee of the BCC&I. From being India's oldest financial institution, established in the 19th century, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry over the years has evolved and diversified its role in catalyzing business growth, infrastructure, and industry development, promoting innovations, supporting startups, and thus furthering socio-economic progress. The mission of BCC&I in this 21st century contemporary world full of challenges is being carried under the visionary leadership of Mr. Baby Chatterjee. I'm happy to note that among its multifaceted initiatives, BCC&I is deeply involved in education and has been a powerful enabler when it comes to policy advocacy in education sector in the state of West Bengal. I would like to take this opportunity to compliment Dr. Subarno Bose and other members of the Education Committee of the BCC&I and organizing this timely annual education conclave with objective to share and exchange best practices in educational strategies for the benefit of the next generation, which is the need of the hour. Keeping in mind the erudite nature of tonight's audience, I shall speak of the broad contours of the National Education Policy 2020 in the next few minutes available to me, and that is what I have been told by the organizers, that I should concentrate on the National Education Policy's broad contours. I will really try to emphasize the principles behind the formulation of this policy, because it's difficult to give all the details of the operational detail, neither is it our work in the context of the policy formulation. And also I would like to I won't be able to get into all the dimensions of the policy. The previous speaker did raise some very interesting questions. I would say that whatever is the time available, and the time is not much for me at this stage, what we try to do is we can respond to one or two or three questions, but more importantly, certainly we can correspond and converse on this particular issues of wherever you need further clarifications or further discussions regarding the policy. Certainly is a very welcome thing for us to do together. So I would invite that. What is more important at this stage is that the new youth, which is what the present demographic dividend talks about, has to be taken advantage of. And that is where the education we are really talking about. Globalization and demands of a knowledge economy and knowledge society call for emphasis on the need for acquisition of new skills by learners on a regular basis, for them to learn how to learn and become lifelong learners, a critical consideration that need to be addressed appropriately. The changes in knowledge landscape, especially science and technology advances like big data analytics, machine learning, artificial intelligence, everybody talks about it nowadays, all demand skilled workforce involving mathematics, computer science, data science, as well as multidisciplinary abilities across the sciences, social sciences, and humanities. Further, the education of the future needs to be reconfigured in order to meet the goals of Global Education Development Agenda, the Goal 4 of the Sustainable Developmental Goals 2030, that seeks to ensure inclusion and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. With its last education policy formulated nearly 30 years ago, India now needs an educational system aligned with aspirational goals of the 21st century education while remaining rooted in India's value systems and ethos. The vision of the new educational policy has been crafted to ensure that it touches the life of each and every citizen, consistent with their needs and necessities, besides creating a just and equitable society. NEP 2020 provides an integrated and flexible approach to education. Further, it has kept the interconnectedness of the various phases of education in mind and how the same will enable continuity, coherence, and processes to ultimately realize an end-to-end educational roadmap for the country. An articulation of a broad view of education encompassing the holistic development with special emphasis on kindling of the creative potential of each individual in all its richness and complexity has grown increasingly popular nowadays. The policy thus aims at the development of the 21st century skills for students while giving enough flexibility in making choices. The policy has recommended transformative changes in the way the school education need to be configured. In fact, coming to the school education, I was told that I should cover the entire gamut of the aspects of education, and therefore I am including a part of a presentation which is related to the school education. In the contemporary times, advances in developmental, cognitive, and educational psychology have considerably influenced our thinking about how we need to address the teaching learning processes of the youngsters in their early childhood. Thus, the change from the 10+2 design to the expanded 5+3+3+4 structure is based on our better understanding of the scientific basis, which provides insight into the child's learning trajectory from birth to secondary school. Between the ages 3 and 14, child gradually transitions from perceptual learning to conceptual learning, and then on to prescriptive learning, and then move on to understanding abstractive ideas. From the age of 3 to the age of 14, recognizing the developmental trajectory of the child, school education is structured as foundational, primary, and middle in conformity with the above mentioned characteristics of the evolution of the child's learning ability. The distinction between curricular and extracurricular and co-curricular, arts and science, and vocational subjects are done away with in this connection. In other words, the education at this stage is holistic. The final secondary level, that is the 4-year stage from 15 to 18 ages, is when the students can explore their interests and strengths. Critically, the policy calls for exposure to vocational education at this stage so that students are fully prepared to decide at the age of 15 years whether they pursue vocational profession or higher education. The policy recommends mastery of at least one vocational subject during this period. A schooling system that respects these developmental phases of a child, this is a natural development, will prepare our students far better for higher education or professional or vocational careers. The policy recognizes teachers as the torch bearers of change, that is, teachers at the center of education. Some may find this principle puzzling because we are all aware of the importance of child-centric education. The teacher being at the center of education and the child-centric education are not in contradiction or in conflict. In fact, we cannot have child-centric education without having teacher at the center of education. The policy takes a comprehensive view and actions to restore teachers to their rightful high status in the society. Additionally, the policy calls for a complete overhaul of our teacher education system, for which one of the crucial connections between the higher education and school education. This is really the crucial education. As envisaged in policy, school teacher education being made a part of the higher educational institutions immediately not only raises the stature of school teachers by placing their profession at par with other options for the graduates, but it also recognizes that only the higher education system can provide school teachers with a knowledge which are broad enough and deep enough to strengthen our schooling system. Coming to the higher education, the two important policy shifts envisaged on the undergraduate level are the emphasis on the multidisciplinarity and holistic approach to the education and the 4-year degree program. In fact, the previous speaker raised some questions related to this. If possible, I will try to respond to this. The policy aims to promote holistic and multidisciplinary education at the UG level to generate more imagination and creativity in the student to ensure their all-rounded development. This holistic nature of education traces its origin. In a sense, it is in the contemporary context, we call it as a liberal education, traces its origin to the age-old idea of liberal arts discussed almost 1400 years ago in the classical Indian texts on education like Banabhatta's Kadambari, wherein a truly educated person was described as the one who had mastered all the 64 kalas. The kalas here encompass music, dance, painting, sculpture, languages, and literature, in addition to subjects such as science, engineering, and mathematics, as well as vocational subjects. In a similar perspective, Albert Einstein once said, and I quote, "All religions, arts, and sciences are branches from the same tree." This holistic view of all human knowledge and inquiry is fundamentally connected and is reflected in the history of higher education to the present day. This view holds that a broad and interwoven education is essential to the preparation of citizens for life, work, and civil participation. Even though there is a preponderance of graduate programs that focus on single or sub-discipline, there is an emergence of interdisciplinary graduate programs with many institutions working to promote greater interdisciplinarity in graduate training and scholarship. It's also interesting to note that established integrative fields, such as it's not that it's totally new, there are in science, technology and society, sustainability, women's studies, human-computer interaction, bioethics, and many others offer models of successful integrative graduate programs. In this specific context, I would like to bring to the importance of knowledge related to arts, crafts, architecture, and aesthetics as a part of science and engineering education through a very interesting example. It's often lamented that India produces very competent scientists and engineers, but falls short of being great innovators. Steve Jobs, founder of Apple, was famous for his ideas on what makes products successful. According to him, the secret was to bring top-notch aesthetics with top-notch science and engineering. He himself is known to have said as to why the Macintosh computer revolutionized computing, and I quote, "I think part of what made Macintosh great was that the people working on it were musicians and poets and artists and zoologists and historians who also happened to be the best computer scientists in the world." As a crucial step to lead India into the 21st century and the fourth industrial revolution, multidisciplinary education is central. Even engineering schools such as IITs will move towards more holistic, multidisciplinary education with more arts and humanities, while arts and humanities students will aim to learn more science, where all will try to make effort to incorporate more vocational subjects and soft skills. India's rich legacy in the arts, as well as the sciences and beyond, will significantly help in making the move toward such an education an easy and natural transition. Of course, mechanisms and institutional relationships have to be evolved in this context. There has been evidences that said I'm dwelling a little more on the multidisciplinarity and the liberal education because this has been told to me to be an important area of interest to this August forum. There have been evidences that certain kinds of outcomes associated with certain integrative approaches in higher education, including written and oral communication, skills, ethical decision making, critical thinking, and ability to apply knowledge in real world settings are the type of educational outcomes that many jobs demand today. Job seekers are often faced with demands that go beyond deep technical expertise or familiarity with particular technology. There is a search for well-rounded individuals with holistic education who can take on complex problems and understand the needs, desires, and motivations of others through integration of learning across disciplines. Thus, the notion of a knowledge of many arts or just liberal arts is being brought back to Indian education through this policy because it is exactly the kind of education that is required for the 21st century. Reverting back to the undergraduate education within the framework of the above consideration, the policy envisages that the degree will be either a 3 or 4 year duration with multiple exit options within this period with appropriate certificate. In the first year, you can get a certificate. The second year, you can get a diploma. The third year, you can get a degree. And the fourth year program will provide students with opportunities to fully experience the impact of a holistic and multidisciplinary aspect of an undergraduate education, which aims to develop all capacities, not just intellectual, but aesthetic, social, physical, emotional, and moral capacities in an integrated manner. There was this question of whether it is what is the rationale for third year. There has been some discussions on the questions of why a 3 year is still kept here as a part of the undergraduate education. There has been tremendous interest that there would be a large number of students in the early phase of this policy who would like to exit after a 3 year back undergraduate education. And they have to be provided with the necessary background that the very concept of a job seeking and job hopping is still possible at the end of the third year. And this is one of the reasons why we have kept this in the policy. And the education is just told that certainly the first year and second year providing an exit option, and third year also providing exit and entry option. The students can go over to the fourth year if they would like to continue with the research, if would like to continue with the full experience of a multidisciplinarity in the later phase of their life. So it is good to keep a third year because there is still a lot of interest in the question of completing an undergraduate education in the third year, but with the foundational aspects of a liberal education for all the 4 years. This policy takes the firm view. I come to a very important area now. This is regarding the vocational education. It must be integrated with undergraduate education is what our recommendation is. Not only is this consistent with the principles of holistic development, but it gives students an avenue for the world of work that will be increasingly important in the 21st century. I want to clarify and emphasize this point that because we tend to have a very narrow view of the vocational education. The concept itself is not considered as something which merits in the present thinking of whether we should be a part of the higher education. When therefore we undervalue it, with the advances in technologies like artificial intelligence or augmented reality, we clearly foresee an increasing number of hybrid jobs where a human vocational skill will complement the capabilities of high-tech equipment. The higher education system is therefore, this is only one example, is therefore necessary to prepare students for such jobs. The vocational education will thus become an integral part of the larger vision of a liberal education. Taking the strategy further towards integrating professional education with general education, the policy aims to take a holistic approach to the preparation of professionals by ensuring broad-based competencies, an understanding of the social human context, a strong ethical compass, in addition to highest quality professional capacities. Thus, it is envisaged all institutions offering either professional or general education must organically evolve into multidisciplinary institutions offering both by 2030. In a nutshell, the overall higher education sector will aim to be an integrated higher educational system, including professional and vocational education. Thus, this approach will be applicable to all higher educational institutions across current streams, which will eventually merge into one coherent ecosystem of higher education. As India aspires to grow and sustain a large and vibrant economy and uplifting its society, one of the key elements of its successful realization has to have a robust ecosystem of research and innovation. The present inadequacies in this context are very much evident through low number of researchers in India. For example, per lakh population, we are only 15 compared to 420 for US or 820 for Israel, with all its attendant impacts on publications, patent applications, and industrial growth involving indigenous technologies. The policy also highlights the critical need to better manage research at all levels, whether it is a pure research, applied research, translational research, and research to address specific needs of industry, social problems, strategic demands, and many such requirements. In order to see, nurture, grow, and transform universities into full-fledged research centers of excellence. The NEP, the National Education Policy 2020, has recommended the creation of a National Research Foundation, NRF. NRF is a primary role will be to nurture a vibrant research ecosystem through adequate funding, mentoring, and careful monitoring, primarily addressed to the university system where the research is found wanting. The funding support for NRF will be available both publicly and privately funded. They will be available for both of these kind of institutions, both privately funded as well as publicly funded education, without any distinction. NRF will support multidisciplinary research in arts and humanities, social sciences, sciences and mathematics, engineering and technology, including educational technology. In fact, educational technology research must play a crucial role, not only in achieving the gross enrollment ratio, which we have put at 50% by 2035, by improving quality of higher education, but in improving the resilience of the entire educational system, especially from disruptions such as the one we are facing today. In this regard, NRF will work closely with the National Educational Technology Forum, NETF, a new autonomous entity which we have recommended in the policy, which will provide a platform for crucial dialogue between educators and educational technology entrepreneurs. NETF will be a highly deliberative body that will distinguish between genuine disruption and mere hype, because we will certainly see a lot of the latter. And of course, the NETF is something which will also lead to having strengthened the systems of educational departments in the higher educational institution. On one side, you have the teacher education. On the other side, with the National Educational Technology Forum objectives to be met by some of these institutions, which are the educational departments in the university system. And the third thing is to carry out research and development in the area of technologies. Their adaptability, their suitability is not only a multidimensional issue, the adoption of technology with respect to education. So one need to get people from psychology, psychiatry, cultural aspects, social aspects, and so on and so forth. So a university system with a platform for multidisciplinary research is key to understanding the educational technology in its totality and its implication to the society. So we strongly recommend in the policy the question of establishing this kind of centers of excellence in research in educational technology as one of the key elements of the policy. Under this policy, a light-by-type mechanism for regulation is also envisaged, applicable without distinction between private and public institutions. This provides a more cohesive structure for the higher educational institutions in the context of teaching and research, ensuring increased autonomy and empowered governance and effective leadership. On the whole, The policy aims at the development of all the requisite skills that are pertinent in the contemporary world for the learners, while giving enough flexibility in making the choices consistent with the dynamics of a knowledge society. Of course, there are many other points in the policy which I have not brought up because of the lack of time. There are separate, very detailed discussions on the question of languages, the learning of languages, creation of school of languages, the importance of not only the 18 primary languages, but classical languages and things of that kind. So that is one area where we have given enough thrust in the policy towards language learning and also foreign language. With India becoming a global economy, obviously that cannot be left out. The second is internationalization. We have done quite a lot of discussion on the question of where we stand with regard to the internationalization, what we need to do. And at the current level of something like 40,000 people, we hardly constitute 1 to 1.5% of the total global population in the internationalization part of it. There's another part of it. Adult education is another area. Lifelong education is another area. I've said something about the technology for education. That is another. So there are many such dimensions to the policy. I've not gone into the details of this, but they are all available in the policy document and certainly has enough elaboration as to how to convert it finally into action plans. The policy does envisage a budget allocation which is substantially an increased level than what we are accustomed to, a 4%, 4.5% kind of a thing. We seem to be always tottering around that number. And of course, we have given a 6%, which has been traditionally the earlier policies also came with this kind of a number, a 6% of the GDP. But I think this is to be suitably ramped up during the next 10 years. But what is important to note is that, and especially because I am addressing the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, it is more important to me to tell that the policy does expect a substantial investment, both from private sources, philanthropic sources, and also from sources such as alumni and so on. Areas in which the alumni, for example, has never been tapped in the seriousness in which the US, for example, does it, Harvard or those kind of institutions. So these are areas we need to be looked in. But certainly 6% is a kind of a nominal number. We really can't translate itself. If you really look at it, the present juncture, we spend about 10% of the gross expenditure ratio on education. What we are trying to do is to say that we go up to 20% of the gross expenditure ratio. And we're talking about 20% gross expenditure ratio, and we do it over the next 10 years. For this policy roughly would expect to be completed in its all manifestations in about 10 years' time. It will ramp up initially faster, reach a peak around, say, 5 or 6 years, and then it will go down to a situation where the overall policy system would be in place in about 10 years. And correspondingly, the funding also has to be properly ramped up and ramped down and so on and so forth. But we do expect that there is an all-rounded support on the financial side with respect to how we meet the requirements of this educational policy to be there on the ground and satisfactorily implemented. The policy does encourage the private sector. We have discussed the questions of private sector. I am happy to say FICCI, CII, and many of the agencies, they spent considerable time with us, and we were quite happy that we could consider many of their suggestions. We have also incorporated many of their suggestions. So I am sure that the West Bengal Chamber of Commerce will find the policy to be friendly with respect to investments and using the money in the way they would like to have in pushing the policy's objectives, the one part of it. And especially we do recognize that, at least according to the numbers that I have, the quality education, about 40% of the money in the private today comes from private sector. 80% of the higher education institutions are private. So this is not insignificant even right now. And so especially when you try to ramp it up to 6% or 7%, we are talking about a much larger investment. And public investment will certainly be there, but it does need a substantial further input. But what we want to again emphasize is there has been a lot of questions on how well have we considered the private investments into this. And certainly we have discussed this question with regard to the regulations, autonomy, determining fees, etc., and opportunities like research funding and so on. The policy hopes industry will participate keenly. The growth of the education sector, apprenticeships, and many other kinds of provisions also does exist. I'm sure that this this very famous and an institution of erudition, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, will have its own influential stature, will play its key role in translating the vision and mission of 2020 and help West Bengal, well known for its rich traditions of high-level scholarship and erudition, to scale higher heights and also help share its valuable experience with the rest of the country. I wish you all the very best in this great and noble task. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs during your keynote address today. And now we have Padma Shri Professor Dr. Ajay Kumar Ray, who would like to propose a question to you, sir. Over to you, sir, Professor Ajay Kumar. Yes.
So thank you, Dr. Kosturi Rangan. It was a wonderful, what you have done, very commendable, and you have done a great job, I must say. And on behalf of all of us, please accept our very, best commendation, whatever it can. I have got, couple of interesting observations, rather I should say it's observations. Suppose today we have got 993 universities, out of which in the country 54 are central universities. These are all very serious issues. 411 are state universities, 123 deemed universities, which you have very rightly said that will no longer be there, and 282 private universities in the country. And then totally, we have got 30 IITs, 30 NITs, then IIITs, etc. So altogether, we have got 993 universities. Now, if, in fact, what your recommendation, you have recommended a very nice thing that all the universities and colleges, they should be degree granting college and they must be multidisciplinary. I can tell you that I am one of the most, vocal supporters of multidisciplinariness in science and technology and humanities. But in my opinion, I have been trying my level best as director of some institute, university, and vice chancellor. And it was very difficult. I can tell you that, to make a multidisciplinary university, for example, where will be the funding? I think that the budgetary provision, you have very rightly pointed out that right from 1968 commission onwards, everybody, all the commissions, they have asked for 6% of, GDP must be spent there. But then even today, it is less than 4.2%. That also central and states, all the states together. The point is this kind of an enhancement and GDP is going down, states are not having any fund. Under the circumstances, do you think that it will at all be possible to make them, if you say that even law universities should be multidisciplinary, IITs, some old 5 IITs, they are already, sir, multidisciplinary because, we have almost everything that other, universities in the world have. But then other than that, even the NITs, majority of the NITs, they do not have anything. They don't have even money to continue whatever it's being done. So it means, I think that one of the major things is where from the budgetary provisions will come. And it will not be, in my opinion, because for the last 10 years, I was with administration. And at one point time, I was also with one of the education committee in planning commission. Now, it will be very difficult to find out the budgetary provision. Now, on top of it, you have suggested a very good thing, that is the setting up of MERU, that is multidisciplinary, new kind of university and research, Now, again, when the country, one setting up of one such MERU, when we have got 30 IITs, do you think that it will at all be a very, necessary and immediately when the country is not having even the basic infrastructure, I should say, most of the universities, they don't have the basic infrastructure of even just running today. I can tell you that even the engineering institutions, 90% of them, they do not have the basic infrastructure. Similarly, when the private universities are so many, they are taking care of 60% of the students' load. How will you, think about, you have done a great job, and if it can be done, there's nothing better than, What you have proposed. But
I respect your views, Professor Ray. Certainly, you made some very significant observation regarding how do you translate this into ground reality, particularly taking into account the infrastructural issues and the corresponding requirements of the finances. Certainly, that is one of the things that is certainly there. You have two ways of looking at a policy. One is to work with the present system, make certain assumptions, and say that this is what is possible for this country, and this is what therefore the country will be. I think this is not something which an Indian likes to have, that you work back from what you are now and what you can do in your perception, and then what you can. We could have done the same thing when I start, even though not an exact example, when space was started, the questions were not very different. The questions were asked, first of all, technological uncertainty, application uncertainty, industrial uncertainty, and above all, huge finances it will demand as the things grow. And this really plagued Dr. Vikram Sarabhai for the next 4 to 5 years to 10 years. We structured it. We structured it in a way in which it can get into the 4 phases beautifully. To the point, today, to consider that we spent 20,000 crores into the space is not considered as a big deal. But we took 35 to 40 years to do this. But whereas we had kept this one for 10 years, this kind of a thing. So one of the important things is to map the existing system, and from the existing system, see there are many institutions I have visited during both the formulation and the thing. Many of them are in the private area, and they are willing to make the transition, and they are very categorical about it. And therefore, the undergraduate education, they think, can certainly be made into an interdisciplinary thing. I am not talking about multidisciplinarity. I am talking about interdisciplinarity, because there is some confusion now between interdisciplinary. I can study economics, I can study physics, I can study mathematics and biology. I don't become an interdisciplinary scientist. I only become multidisciplinary scientist. There's a big difference between understanding a problem in its multiple dimensions with science, humanities, and so on, and just knowing that problem with respect to what is the economics and that kind of a thing. So there are institutions today willing to work on this and willing to bring institutional mechanism of bringing their constituent institutions together to create. This is one aspect of it. The second we have tried to suggest, and this is a cultural thing, because the moment we look at the present one, in fact, I recently attended one of the governor's meetings in education. The problem of the cultural thing is the fact that if I am running in my physics department, and I'm sure you know this much better than me in this kind of thing, you have a physics department, and somebody says that we need to bring biophysics into it, biology into it. Somebody thinks I would like to bring the chemistry into it. And because they add value to the physics that you learn, the persons who run the physics department won't like to have them enter into their department. This is a cultural which has nothing to do with education and nothing. And there are many such instances where we can bring in multidisciplinarity into the program and start building up a culture of multidisciplinary education at a graduate level with this kind of a thing. So let me not totally say it is money, and money that's going to dictate the policy. We need to really have the first step with the existing system, reconfiguring the existing system, and the ability to change the cultural aspects and culture and mindset outlook of the system. This is a must. And for the country to grow, if we don't show this in the education, in what other areas can we show this? I personally feel this is something which I cannot overlook. And therefore, your question has to be answered against this perspective of the fact that we need to really take immediately steps to see where we can concern. There are enough institutions in the country which are willing to do this. The second question that we asked is regarding a critical mass. You know, the higher education institution with 600 students and 2 teachers and 10 teachers, and these kind of things are very often taught about. 40,000 institutions of higher education with suboptimal resources, suboptimal people, suboptimal teachers, everything is suboptimal about them. That is not the way. That is exactly why we wanted to restructure them with respect to the research universities or research consulting universities or degree giving autonomous institutions. I think this affiliation and these things, we want to get rid of it only because of this. And we need to move towards it. This is a decision that the country has to take. The government has taken it, at least in the present thing. But I think the entire educational community should come together to look at this. They cannot look at their own areas and then overlook the fact that they become a part of an overall system where they need to support it by certain ideas, by certain kind of attitudes, certain culture. Besides, of course, providing infrastructure which can be, for example, a single instrument can be used by 3 institutions around, but it is used only by that institution because it could provide some investment. These are things we need to look at it carefully. The country has to make a transition on this kind of a thing. Sharing, complexes, the building up on certain capabilities currently, and certain institutions which are confident to move forward, support them and export. And that is one aspect. The second part of it is there are many philanthropy. There are many private investors who have done a lot of educational institutions. They have brought it up. When we talk of 50% or 60% being in the private hands, there are many people who have invested. They have done a good job. Many of them have done a good job. But if you look at the philanthropic component of the public education, it's not very satisfactory. If you go deeper into this, there are always the suspicion that if I put my money, will the government support me with the respect of the policy I need? So we have made it sure to the government that unless the government takes a very open view on the question of philanthropy, we are not going to get the philanthropy. They won't open their purse unless they get certain guarantees. We need to look at this aspect of it. The third aspect of it is, I think Indian diaspora is very large today, and Indian alumni is very large. I mean, not only IITs, but many institutions. Most of them are going now beyond 30 years and 40 years in terms of age. So I think we should be able to have a good alumni program, which many universities should develop. They should have a special desk with respect to alumni promotion and things of that kind. This is the other part of it. I think we need to say where does these things be properly done in the next 1 or 2 years, to the extent that we can really make a transition. What more we need to do subsequently. I only want to assure you, and I think it's my conviction too, I'm not telling you something just because it is in the policy, it's in my conviction too, that we need to change the culture in some areas, but there are enough initiatives available today within the country among the education, and so the people who are institution builders, to come forward and support this policy, not only support it verbally, but also financially and otherwise, provided certain things are guaranteed. The philanthropy is one example I mentioned about you. I think we should give a fair tire to this and move it forward. We should never look back, because this education policy is not to look back. And I am very worried if anything of the kind that you mentioned becomes the reality on the ground. That is the biggest defeat that we, all of us as a citizen of this country, will have to face, something which none of us would like to face at this stage. So, but I am not being philosophical about it. I'm quite sure, having had an experience from an institution which also had this kind of problem, but came up to a point today talking about going to Mars or going up to Venus, no longer exercise an Indian because he knows we can reach there. So that kind of a thing, I think, happened to education. The next 10 years, if 10 years doesn't happen, 15 years. But our economy also, even though currently we may go through this dip because of the COVID, 2 trillion to 5 trillion is certainly something which the economists have told me. I was in the planning commission, there's no difficulty. And by 2040, they think that the 10 trillion economy and the third largest economy in the world is something which India can reach. This is economists' view, not my view. And if you fold that into this kind of a system, and you talk of a 6% number with respect to...
Gentle reminder, you only have 5 more minutes, please.
No problem.
Gentle reminder, you only have 5 more minutes, please.
Thank you. So all I want to say is that if you look at the economy also, I think the growth of educational requirements and the overall economic growth, one can find a certain level of synergy to assure ourselves that we won't be that bad off as time progresses in our economy. I'm sorry I went a little long, but it's a very, very searching question that you posed to me.
Thank you, Dr. Kasturirangan, for the wonderful job. Once again, it's a great appreciation on behalf of all the chambers, of all the academicians, the students community have done a great job. And let's hope that, okay, we will be able to implement all that you have put down on this National Education Policy 2020.
Thank you so much, Padma Shri Professor Dr. Ajay Kumar sir. Like it is splendid to have you here with a question. Sir, I would like to now invite back Ms. Barbara Wickham, OBE Director, British Council India, for an interaction with Padma Vibhushan Dr. Kasuri Rangan. Over to you.
I have to leave. It was not in my program to do this. Unfortunately, I committed something. If I can have a quick 5-10 minutes, it's okay.
My question is very, very short, and it was a delight listening to you. Thank you so much for laying out your vision for India's future and how education in all its guises is going to play a really vital role in that. You may or may not be aware that the British Council's focus is a lot on higher education and research. Really interested hearing you talk about the National Innovation and Research Foundation and the role that will play in transforming particularly higher education and the research community in India. And it's just to say that, I know you're short of time, but to say that we would be delighted from the UK side to collaborate with you on the foundation and delighted to set up a meeting at your convenience to discuss how we might do that. That was the main point that I wanted to make.
It's wonderful. Actually, National Research Foundation is going to be one of the key elements to put research in the university system, where we want to really attend the next 10 years. And we think that there will be a national component. And in fact, National Research Foundation very generously identifies many areas where we need to have international collaboration and cooperation network. All I can say is your country and our country have been working together in several areas over years. I still remember in my own area, like people, so Nobel laureates like PMS Blanket and others helped us to establish many facilities and observational capabilities. I think it's a very workable proposition within India and the UK. And I'm very happy that you mentioned about this. Certainly we can take it forward. I can leave it, this particular message with the concerned people at the Ministry of Education who can certainly follow this up. Certainly.
Thank you, sir. Delighted to be able to follow up with you on that with the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. And now I would like to welcome back Dr. Subodhno Bose for, of course, giving his parting words to Padma Vibhushan Dr. Kasuri Rangan. Over to you, sir.
Yes, it was an absolutely amazing and very, very educational last 45 minutes, sir. And on behalf of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and on my personal behalf, let me thank you for being with us. Thank you for your time and for all the valuable inputs which you gave us. And also, I'd like to congratulate you on behalf of the entire chamber for the induction in our very prestigious Hall of Fame. And I look forward to have more interaction personally and from behalf of the Bengal Chamber. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for being such a great inspiration for the entire youth of the country. Thank you for spending some time with us. And thanks very much from all of the team Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, sir. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
We have always defined ourselves by the ability to overcome the impossible. And we count these moments when we dare to aim higher, to make a difference, to set a mark. And in this pursuit of ours, let us be reminded that we are still pioneers. And our greatest strength is our faith in the words, I can. Educational initiatives from the GIS Group. The Wall of Knowledge. Engineering lives.
ABP Education is a newly launched education portal from the Kolkata headquartered ABP Group, powered by Anandabajar Potrika and The Telegraph, Eastern India's largest circulated newspapers. The ABP Education portal offers a complete solution to students, parents, and educators with information on career choices and opportunities in higher education and updates on colleges, courses, examinations, results, and admissions.
We have always defined ourselves.
Okay, we shall be now proceeding, ladies and gentlemen, towards our next session, the VC roundtable of 40 minutes, and the last 10 minutes shall be dedicated to the question and answer round. Requesting the audience to post their questions on the chat box, and the moderator shall be taking that ahead. Now, I would also request, as we start the VC roundtable, Dr. Suborno Bose to welcome Professor Malavika Sarkar, who is the Vice Chancellor of Ashoka University and Professor of English. She joined Ashoka University as the Principal Academic Advisor in 2015 and in 2016 took on the additional role of Ashoka's first Dean of Faculty and Research. Requesting Dr. Bose to welcome Professor Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, who is currently the Honorable VC of Sister Nivedita University, Kolkata, from January 2020 onwards, and was the founder VC of Amity University, Kolkata, between 2015 and 2019. And Dr. Bose, also requesting you to welcome Dr. Shiranjan Das, who is currently the Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University. He is also the Honorary Professor at the University of Exeter, UK. He was a Professor of History at the University of Calcutta and served that institution both as Pro-Vice Chancellor Academic and Vice Chancellor at the University of Kolkata and Honorary Director, Netaji Institute for Asian Studies, Kolkata. Requesting Dr. Suborno Bose to welcome the dignitaries.
Thanks, Sanchari, and a very good evening to all the audience. The audience are all in our YouTube and is getting thicker and thicker. And this is a very special session with the Vice Chancellor. It's called VC Roundtable, which will be led and moderated by Professor Shoikat Moitro, the Vice Chancellor of Macau in West Bengal, and as already stated, will be attended by some very eminent Vice Chancellor, Professor Malavika Sarkar, Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, and of course Professor Shiranjan Das from Jadavpur University. And it's such a privilege for me to welcome all of you in this very, very educational evening for all of us at the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries Annual Education Conclave 2020, where the theme is National Education Policy 2020. And now we are going to discuss the pros and cons of the National Education Policy 2020. We just heard from the man himself, Dr. Kasturi Rangan, and quite elaborately about his views about NEP 2020. And we have Professor Shoikat Moitro, who is lead speaker and moderator for the session. So without much ado, I would like to request and welcome all of you, and welcome Professor Shoikat Moitro to take it forward. Professor Shoikat Moitro, please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bose. And I would like to thank BCC&I for organizing these programs and for privileging me with this opportunity for interaction with three doyens of academic administration, particularly higher education, Professor Shiranjan Das, Professor Malavika Sarkar, and Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay. And we are going to have a very exciting and lively, this discussion on this national education policy, which has been elaborated by Dr. Kasturi Rangan himself. But there may be more other, these thoughts and concerns and opinions or ideas in this area. So we would like to know about from each of these experts, iconic experts present over here. But before that, I would like to present the extract of this recommendation made in National Education Policy, particularly in higher education, in this way that it has been proposed that the recommendations are the gross enrollment ratio that in higher education ratio, it will be in higher education it should raise to 50% by 2035, which is at current level it is 26.3%, and 3.5 crore new seats is to be added in higher education. Then holistic undergraduate education with a flexible curriculum can be of 3 or 4 years with multiple exit options. This is another features of this recommendation. MPhil course will be discontinued. Academic bank of credits is to establish to facilitate transfer of credits. Multidisciplinary education and research universities, MERU, that is at par with IITs, IIMs to be set up as a model of best multidisciplinary education of global standard in the country. National Research Foundation will be created as an apex body for fostering a strong research culture and building research capacity across higher education. These are all recommendations. And Higher Education Commission of India will be set up as a single umbrella body for the entire higher education, excluding medical and legal education. Public and private higher education institution will be governed by the same set of norms for regulation, accreditation, and academic standards. And this Higher Education Commission of India will be that will be having 4 independent verticals like a National Higher Education Regulatory Council for regulation, General Education Council for standard setting, Higher Education Grant Council for funding, National Accreditation Council for accreditation. Another important this recommendation or interesting feature of this recommendation is affiliation of colleges is to be phased out in 15 years. And the stage-wise mechanism is to be established for granting autonomy to all the colleges. And for other changes, it has been proposed that an autonomous body, the National Educational Technology Forum, will be created to provide a platform for free exchange of ideas on the use of technology to enhance learning, assessment, planning, administration. National Assessment Center, PARAC, that will be created to assess the students. And another interesting observation about is foreign universities will be allowed to set up campuses in India. And the policy says that it will emphasize setting up of gender inclusion fund, special education zone for disadvantaged groups, regions and groups. A new policy promotes this, that is supposed to promote multilingualism in both schools and higher education. National Institute for Pali, Persian, Prakrit, Indian Institute of Translation and Interpretation, those are all to be set up. And it also proposed to increase the public investment in education sector to reach 6% of GDP at the earliest, where at the current time, India is spending only 4.6% of total GDP in education. These are the basic features of the recommendation in higher education system. Now, I'd like to hear these opinions of our experts present over here one by one. Let us start with Professor Malavika Sarkar first. Kindly give your opinion about this, all these recommendations, and how you are thinking that it will come up, and it will, if at all it come up, how it is going to impact the entire educational scenario of the country. Starting with Professor Malavika Sarkar. Madam.
Thank you. It's a very tough call to be speaking after Dr. Kasuri Rangan. And of course, it was wonderful listening to him. I will simply give you my personal perspective on this, because we've all been over quite some time now deliberating on this policy. So one of the first things, and I think my fellow panelist Shuranjan will agree with that, one of the first points is that we are moving into a different pattern from the one we have followed always, from the British days when universities were first created in India. Because what we had was really the British model. And that was the model of the higher education system in the country. From there, we are now being asked to move to a model which is really the North American model. And of course, interestingly, the North American universities were set up on the model of the British universities. However, so that is the shift that's happening. And in that shift, there are 3 key features that seem to me to be emerging. One is this emphasis on multidisciplinarity in the university system. And then, of course, employment and access. and then research. These appear to me to be the three main things. In terms of multidisciplinarity, I would think it is a very good idea to introduce that, but the debate should be about at what pace and in what way this should be done. To give you an example, I was myself a student at Presidency College, and then I was first Vice Chancellor at Presidency University. So when I was Vice Chancellor at Presidency University, what we did, because we had the autonomy then as a university to make a change, earlier we were part of Calcutta University, so we abolished the pass courses and we created something called Gen Ed, General Education, by which means every science student compulsorily had to take some humanities and social science courses, and vice versa for humanities students who had to take some basic science courses to create that broad base. Now that I have moved from there to Ashoka, Ashoka is on the North American model. So that is a university, it took me some adjusting, but that is a university that is entirely a believer in multidisciplinary education of a 4-year variety. Because with multidisciplinarity, you have to have the 4th year. You cannot, have everything that you want to impart to a student to be graduating in a particular discipline, plus multidisciplinarity in a matter of 3 years. So the first year essentially is a foundational year when they have this wide range of experience. Then they can choose their streams, and then they cannot complete all the work needed in 2 years. They need the 4th year. So having a multidisciplinary approach in a 4-year system is one that I've now experienced. And I believe, it does help greatly. I think it does help greatly because these days, unlike the times when I was young, school students have so much heavy workload that they don't have the leisure of reading up on other subjects. So somewhere that multidisciplinarity that we could indulge in as school students gets lost. And so when they come into the university, that's when they have to rediscover that again. So multidisciplinarity to me is a great idea. The 4 exit points, end of 1st year with a certificate, end of 2nd year with a diploma, end of 3rd year with a degree, end of 4th year with perhaps a research degree, is theoretically very good. Once it becomes functional, it'll be very good. But to start with, it's going to be an administrator's nightmare to make sure that, all of the prerequisites are met and the exact kind of material is handed over to the student, and the student emerges at the end of each year with one of these benchmarks. But so, it's going to be administratively a difficult task. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's going to be difficult. And so all of these transitionings, in my mind, will take time. It's an ideal that has been set out by the National Education Policy as an ideal. I certainly think it's very good, because even a physicist, if that physicist has had, some basic experience of social sciences and humanities, would at the end of the day become a much greater physicist. I mean, Copernicus talked about astronomy as a liberal arts, and Einstein talked about imagination as being the most important factor. So I take the point of the value of this. I'm simply saying that from my perspective, making this operational, I think, is going to take time. What I like very much is the National Research Foundation that is being proposed. But there, all of this, of course, this is a policy, and there will be further work done. To my mind, the National Research Foundation is very good, but it talks about funding, which is important. It also talks about monitoring, also important. But it doesn't talk as much about enabling that I feel it should do. So if I have an opportunity later on after the others have spoken, I can explain more by what I mean by enabling. But for me, that National Research Foundation is a very important and key part of the entire policy. In multidisciplinarity is very good, but it will take time to achieve. So all in all, it's a very exciting prospect, the new education policy. It will take a lot of work to ultimately make it operational.
Thank you, Dr. Sarkar. So basically, Professor Sarkar emphasized on 3 points. One is regarding this multidisciplinary, this recommendation is well appreciated, but this multiple enter and exit, this can be challenging for academic administrator and for the National Research Foundation. Funding is there, but how far it will enable to promote this research, quality research across the entire country, that we have to see. So these are the very important, interesting point. And another point you mentioned at the beginning, maybe transition from British education system to American education system. We will have more discussion. Our 2 panelists are still there. So we can have, this, maybe if we get time, we can come back again to Professor Sarkar further. But now is the time to move to another, this doyen of higher education, Professor Suranjan Das. So Professor Das, long time associated with this higher education administration, and it is this our nice experience for all of us to listen from him regarding all these recommendations proposed by national education policy and the deliberation made by Professor Dr. Kosturi Rangan himself, and point raised by Professor Ajoy Rai afterwards. All these things. In that context, I would like to, all of us would like to hear from the opinions and observation of Professor Suranjan Das.
Thank you, Professor Moitra. Could I first a very big thank you to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for organizing this session and putting me in a session where Malavika is present, where my very good friend Dhruva is present, and of course, my very good colleague, Professor Moitra is present. It is always a pleasure to hear Malavika. And could I start from the point where Malavika ended? I'm sorry I could not listen to Dr. Kosturi Rangan's presentation or Professor Ajoy Rai's presentation, but I had the privilege of making submissions before the Kosturi Rangan committee. So I fairly know what the background in which the report was formulated. Now, let me initially thank and congratulate Professor Moitra for outlining the basic features of the new education policy. Of course, there are a lot of positive points. He has highlighted many of them. And one of the cardinal features, positive features of the new education policy is that it is tremendously student-centric. All recommendations tend to evolve around the students. Having said that, I would also argue that the national education policy till now is a statement. It is not yet a legal document. It's a statement of purpose. And only when this will be converted into an act, it becomes a legal document. And as our Honorable Prime Minister stressed, that there should be continuous dialogue on this policy intent. And it is in that context, I would like to raise certain challenges which might occur while operationalizing some of the basic recommendations of the new education policy. Now, as I see it, the policy recommendations of the new education policy fall under 2 broad categories. A, remodeling of the regulatory system, and B, restructuring of the teaching learning process. And in both these aspects, while we implement those policies, there could be certain challenges, and I'd like to highlight some of those challenges. Again, following the point where Professor Malavika Sarkar ended. Now, if we look at the remodeling of the regulatory structure, we find the creation of certain centralized bodies. You have the Higher Education of the Higher Education Commission of India. You have the National Research Foundation. You have even the National Mission of Mentoring. Now, all these bodies will be essentially central bodies. My fear is that how do we ensure that the federal spirit of the Indian body polity is adequately reflected in these central bodies? Already within our education system, there's a very strong centralizing element. But how, when we establish all these bodies in the process of remodeling the regulatory framework, we need to ensure that the federal spirit is maintained. How do you maintain that? This is not mentioned or clarified in national education policy, and perhaps when the government will implement that, that should be taken care of. For example, Malavika referred to the National Research Foundation. Very good idea. But as Malavika pointed out, this policy is largely based on the American model. Now, in the American model, there are two types of foundations. One is the National Endowment for Science and the National Endowment of Humanities. Now, here we have the creation of one body. How do we ensure that all the branches of knowledge will be properly reflected in this body? How do we ensure that the interests of the states in the pursuit of research will be taken care of by this body? So these things need to be taken care of while we introduce the new education policy. Now, let me then come very briefly to the architecture of the teaching learning process that is sought to be remodeled. As Professor Shoykut Moitra pointed out, one of the cardinal recommendations in the restructuring of the architecture of the teaching learning process is the creation of a three-tier hierarchical university system, a college system. There would be the top institutions, which would be both doing research and teaching. There would be at the second category, which would be doing some research, some teaching, and there would be a third category where essentially they would be teaching colleges. Now, the point is that the suggested hierarchical structure, I believe, unless it's properly mentored, will create a lot of complications within the university system. Let me give you some examples. Take, for example, the lowest tier that is suggested in the hierarchical system. The colleges, which will only be offering teachings, no research. My point is that can we envisage higher education without research? Higher education essentially implies a marriage between teaching and research. Now, all these colleges are essentially located in the districts and the mofussil areas. Now, with the present infrastructure available, with the present resources available, it will be very difficult for these colleges or institutions at the lowest rung to move upwards. Now, my fear is that, are we then ensuring that the majority of the students who go to this third tier of the proposed hierarchical system, mainly located in the mofussil and the districts, will be only provided with low-class teaching, while the students from the upper social strata, who would be essentially going to the first tier and the second tier, would be provided with good teaching, good research. So already there is a very strong lack of homogeneity within the university higher education system. My fear is that unless we take care of the mobility from one tier to the other tier, and we suddenly introduce this particular hierarchical system, there could be further social divisions within the university system, particularly among the students. Now, take, for example, the proposal that there should be 4-year undergraduate. I have no problems with that. As Professor Malavika Sarkar rightly mentioned, there are certain advantages of the 4-year structure. But if we go through the document, you see the document says there could be 4-year structure, there could also be 3-year structure. That creates complications. Now, there will be a problem of equivalence. Suppose a student coming from a university offering a 3-year BA and 2-year MA, and he or she wants to go out to a university which is offering a 4-year BA and 1-year MA, there will be a problem of equivalence. As we know, Malavika knows very well that there are a number of Indian students, bright Indian students, who have completed their first year, 1-year postgraduate course in top-class British universities, but they're not being granted recognition. So they come back home and they find it very difficult either to join another MA course or a PhD course. So this provision of two types of courses, I think, will create a lot of complications. Again, as Malavika pointed out, yes, there are advantages in exit points. There will be a problem of administration. I agree. Apart from that, how do we ensure that the certificates that a person would get after 1 year, a certificate that one gets after second year, will be employment worthy? Can we ensure that? If we cannot ensure that, will it lead to broader, larger number of dropouts? Instead of that, wouldn't it have been better to ensure that the students who cannot continue whole time a course are offered provisions for completing the courses through such American systems like the continuing colleges, the community colleges of America, or the continuing colleges of Britain. So I'm very much apprehensive unless this is particularly taken care of. There could be more complications within the education system. Again, to convert from 3-year to 4-year needs tremendous infusion of funds for developing infrastructure. We already have a very low student-teacher ratio. If I remember, the student-teacher ratio in India is 24:1, when even in Argentina is 16:3. In UK, it is 18:1. In Canada, it is 17:1. In Sweden, it is 13:6. In USA, 16:8. In China, it is 17:4. How do we improve the student-teacher ratio? And unless we can improve the student-teacher ratio, I think we cannot introduce the 4-year structure. So that is, again, a very important point that needs to be taken care of. Multidisciplinarity is, of course, very good. But again, how do we introduce multidisciplinarity before introducing certain basic structural infrastructure reforms? I'd also argue, and this I'm saying on the basis of the things that we see all around the world, multidisciplinarity should not preclude the existence of standalone specialized institutions. For example, the Indian Institute of Science, the Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, the Tata Institute of Fundamental Science, Harish Chandra Research Institute, the Indian Institute of Technologies, which are essentially standalone institutions, have made fundamental contributions to development of knowledge economy. And there are enough instances all around the world where such standalone institutions coexist with multidisciplinarity. The Radhakrishnan Commission introduced the notion of deemed to be universities to give credence to the specialized institutions. Unfortunately, that experiment of deemed to be universities have not been very good. But I think even if we go in for multidisciplinarity, standalone institutions should be given adequate space. I remember when I was a member of the University Grants Commission, we toyed with the idea of meta universities, where one university, and Dhruvo knows when we tried to do it in Calcutta University, when one conventional university can tie up with a specialized research institute to offer joint degrees. As I argue, such models should be developed, should be taken care of when we introduce multidisciplinarity. Affiliating system has a lot of cons. The way affiliating system is being run is certainly ludicrous. But affiliating system having a proper constructive relationship between a parent university and a college can work wonders. I remember when I was in Calcutta University, and Dhruvo will bear me out, President Abdul Kalam had a wonderful idea called the EduSat program. And in Calcutta University, we had this EduSat program. The idea was that you create a cluster of colleges. You identify one lead college within the cluster of colleges. You introduce the EduSat program so that the leading college in a cluster of colleges can act as a mentor for the other colleges. So there are various ways in which we can experiment when we go in for multidisciplinarity. Autonomy. Shoykot Babu rightly mentioned about the importance of autonomy. Of course, autonomy is important. Academic autonomy is the sine qua non of academic excellence. But those of us who are associated with university governance, we know there are two types of autonomies: academic autonomy and financial autonomy. I believe financial autonomy cannot be unrestrained, particularly for public institutions. For each and every penny that the government spends for public institutions, it is accountable. And unless there are certain checks and balances, absolute financial autonomy can lead to the infringement of the principle of equity and justice and commercialization of higher education. The National Education Policy proposes that there should be board of governors. We should govern the institutions. And those board of governors should be constituted by eminent people. But how do we define here eminent people? How do you define eminence? That is not defined. We need a definition. Shoikat Babu mentioned about internationalization of higher education. Of course, in this age of globalization, Indian education system has to be internationalized. And India has a long tradition of internationalization. We have the experience of Vikramashila. We have the experience of Takshashila. We have the experience of the seats of learning in modern India collaborating with other institutions. But now when we are speaking of internationalization of higher education, we speak in the context of the gaps where education has been included as a service sector. If that is so, we should always be careful that internationalization of higher education should not lead to international commercialization of higher education. That is where my fear is. If we suddenly throw open the gates of higher education to foreign universities, of course, there is a clause that only 100 top universities should come. There is always a danger that some universities in abroad, which are not doing well, might enter India and try to make profit and make losses for what they're experiencing in their own countries. I remember there was once a foreign university regulatory bill, which is still lying undisposed of in the parliament. And when that bill was made public, there was a debate. I fortunately participated in the panel debate. The former vice chancellor of Oxford University made a pertinent remark that education is not like McDonald's; it cannot be franchised. So we need to ensure that when the foreign universities come, education is not franchised. I remember during that time, none of the first-rate higher educational institutions, either in America or Western Europe, made a bid to come to India. Has the situation changed? We need to be sure of that. Two other points. The enrollment, the enhancement of the GER to 30%, a noble idea. And for that, again, I congratulate the NEP that it has recommended 6% of the GDP has to be earmarked. But we need to know how will the 6% of GDP be generated? If it is related to tax GDP ratio, I think it will remain an illusion. So again, when the education policy is implemented into an act, the government should clearly lay out what percentage of GDP, rest assured, let alone what is the ratio between the GDP and tax, should be kept aside for education. Let me end, Professor Mitra, with one last comment. What is the idea of the university? That should be at the core of the discussion of the new education policy. Thinkers from Immanuel Kant to Henry
Gentle
Newman.
reminder, you only have 5 more minutes, please.
Okay, I'll take only 1 minute.
Gentle reminder, you only have 5 more minutes, please.
I'll take only 1 minute. Had distinguished the modern university from its medieval forerunners by envisaging it as an autonomous sphere in relation to the emerging modern nation state. We need to conceive the universities as an inclusive institution which will be producing learners who not only theorize question existing knowledge, but become embodiments of modernity. And in that context, the university should become the harbingers of modern thought. And we only hope that the new education policy can ensure this particular way in which the universities in modern India can be the sites of deliberations and discussions, or what Amartya Sen said, ensure the argumentative character of the Indian society and polity. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Professor Das. I would like to make a small correction that whatever I have presented, which is as a moderator, not as a panelist. So, referring my name time and again, that is not to this answer against my opinion. I have not opined anything. Only thing I have presented.
You have very correctly summarized the whole thing. That's what I was mentioning.
Yeah. This not take place. It is not my nothing is my personal opinion. Now these days for your opinion only. You 3% doings of the I have only acted as mere moderator or coordinating with the entire team. So this is one thing. Secondly, this there are many pertinent concerns raised by Professor Suranjan Das, the concern of many of us. One is this how a cognizance of this federal structure. Second is how this National Research Foundation will take care of different these disciplines or different subjects with equal importance. Then equivalence questions of parallel 3 and 4 years undergraduate programs. Then multiple problems of multiple exit. How this exit can be made actually possible with importance attached to it, then there is a problem of this. He mentioned about the problem of different categories of institute, research institute, research and teaching institute, and teaching institute only. So this may create problem further, and this may create social difference in academic, the scenario further. These are all this pertinent concern. Then he pointed out foreign investment, about this importance of standalone institute apart from this multidisciplinary institute, and then autonomy, financial autonomy, and this unrestricted financial autonomy that may create problem in different cases. So these are all these pertinent concerns where we have got these very these serious inputs and observations from Professor Suranjan Das, and these are definitely this will this open further discussion, but we have the limitation of time. So without wasting further time, I am moving to our third panelist, Professor Dhruvodjyoti Chattopadhyay, for his views in this area.
Thank you. You could hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So, because already Kasturi Rangan, then Ajoy Roy, then Malavika Sarkar, and then Suranjan, everybody has expressed their views. I just want to highlight some of my personal experiences while appreciating these particular views. Now, you know that as India moves towards becoming a knowledge society and economy, and keeping in view the requirements of the fourth industrial revolution, characterized by this increasing proportion of employment opportunities for creative, multidisciplinary, and highly skilled workforce, the higher education system must be at the earliest be readjusted, revamped, re-energized to meet these requirements. And when we are talking about last 34 years, we have the same education policy. Now we have a challenge. We have this new education policy, which opened up number of areas which are going to provide us to move towards in this direction. So I think at the level of the society, the aim of the higher education must be to enable the development of an enlightened, socially conscious, knowledgeable, and skilled nation that can uplift the people and construct the implement robust solutions to its own problems. So whenever we want to change from one system to another system, always we are going to have a lot of problems, a lot of challenges. And we have to understand that we have to find out the solutions for that. I know that this will create a problem. That's why I never go to that, will not resolve the issues. We have to actually try to find out that how to resolve this issue. It's such a heterogeneity in our country exists. So there must be law things which are very important. I must say that what Professor Kasturi Rangan mentioned, the mindset, the flexibility in our attitude, all these things are going to be very, very important to make this policy a real success. Because to me, there are a number of times our policies, they have been really good, but the problem has been with transactions. If you look at the pedagogy that has been used till date, sometimes they're not appropriate. And it was found that the policies are there, no implementation, so it will just be like that. So what is more important right now, we have to try to implement the policies to such an extent so that the challenges, whatever mentioned by Professor Das and Professor Sarkar, we are going to address those. And that pedagogical changes can be brought about by giving relevant training in our higher education. I can tell you that to our teachers, the teachers need this particular training in a very big way. And for that, several faculty development programs must be introduced, and we have to get how this change in our pedagogical viewpoints are going to change. The next thing I just wanted to mention, that higher education must thus form the basis of knowledge creation, and we have to find innovation in the nation and contribute deeply in growing national economy. And the purpose of this quality of higher education is therefore more than simply the creation of greater opportunities for individual employments. It represents the key to more vibrant, socially engaged, and cooperative communities and a happier, cohesive, cultured, productive, innovative, progressive, and prosperous nation. I must address one particular point over here. The very idea that all branches of creative human endeavor, all branches of creative human endeavor, including mathematics, science, vocational subjects, professional subjects, soft skill to humanities, should be considered as arts, and indeed has distinctly been already existed in earlier ancient Indian origins. This notion of knowledge of many arts, what in modern times we call it as liberal arts, that is liberal notion of the arts, must be brought back to Indian education, as it is exactly the kind of education.
Gentle reminder, you only have 5 more minutes, please.
That will be required for the 21st.
Gentle reminder, you only have 5 more minutes, please.
Late for once, not twice. No? This reminder should be once.
Yes. No, it's all right. Now, you know that this 4-year undergraduate program, when I was actually a member of a particular committee formed by Indian Academy of Science, the Indian Academy of Science formed a committee to actually look after this pedagogy and change this undergraduate from 3 years to 4 years, looking at the various aspects what Professor Sharkar and Professor Das already mentioned about, that what are going to be the positive aspects. And at that time, after making that recommendation for interviewing a large number of bodies, we submitted it to the, at that time, MHRD as well as the UGC, and it has been introduced to a couple of places like Indian Institute of Science, Delhi University, and from Delhi University it has been revoked back again. But at that time, what we considered, the question raised by Professor Das, which is highly relevant, that at a time, this transition could not be done. 3 years, 4 years. 4 years could be done by certain universities or colleges, not by all. And thereby, we should have at the very beginning both 3 years and 4 years. But the consideration of equivalence should be immediately done. So the higher education must have this particular point noted, that how the 3 years going to be equivalent and how the 4 years are going to be taken care of. And in that way, this particular problem can be easily resolved. Lastly, I just want to mention, I really like the concept of the higher education when we are talking about with respect to this particular growth enrollment ratio and others. Here, the major importance should be given to the government responsibility in giving more money to this. The education should receive more budget, and then only it is possible to make this particular NEP 2020 a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chattopadhyay. So Professor Chattopadhyay only mainly emphasized on this implementation part. This implementation part will be challenging, fund requirement for implementing different tasks, particularly this improving this gross enrollment ratios, then equivalence part and all these things. These are administrative problems. So all these things, whatever in a nutshell, his opinion is, okay, there are many good things, but this challenge part, this implementation part is really challenging. So I believe that we have come to the end of this discussion, and do we have any more time, or we have to conclude right now? Is there anyone from organizing committee?
Professor Moitra, in case if it's done, we can basically go ahead for the end of the session, sir.
End of the session, okay.
Yes.
Okay. So basically, we received a very important feedback from all of our 3 distinguished panelists on the different aspects of this this national education policy. Now, I'd like to invite them again for a quick comment in a summarized form on the national education policy and what you are thinking. If if you are a part of this education policy, how would have this thought in modifying it, or this for the implementing it. So just a quick one or this 1 minute the comment from each of these panelists, that will make this end session very effective. So first, Professor Sarkar.
Thank you. So since I mercifully did not have to have a reminder about closing my session, I'll take the liberty of making 2 points. One is that ideally, the national education policy, what it sets out to do is to create a higher education system that the policymakers, in their understanding, intend to be immersive and transformational for students. To make it an immersive and transformational experience for students in higher education, they have thought of this multidisciplinary 4-year system, which is absolutely ideal in terms of its vision. But we have also got to think, is India ready for it? And so India has many challenges that Suranjan and Dhrubajyoti have outlined. And so there are, at multiple levels, there's a great deal that has to be done because India is not just the major cities. There are far reaches of the country. Where is the country ready for this? To make the country ready for this, there has to be a great deal of groundwork to be done. So that is just one point I want to highlight.
Thank you. Thank you. This diversity of this country, there are disparity at the different places of this country. How this country this will gear up in taking up this challenge, that is to be seen in the future.
One brief, just quick point about the enabling that I did not mention then.
Right.
Is that India is very rich in talent, not so rich economically. So one of the things that maybe they should have thought of in the National Research Foundation is the creation of consortiums. And that would really help so many of our institutions instead of duplicating costs. If we could have consortiums.
That is a very pertinent point. Creation of consortium for National Research Foundation. Okay, these are the very two good concepts. So we have received on this in the context of national education policy. Now, Professor Suranjan Das, what is your opinion?
Yes, I'll take 1 minute. Since I've been given one earlier, I'll just take 1 minute. First, let me congratulate the formulators of the national education policy. For the first time after 34 years, we have got a policy which tries to bring together school, vocational, higher education, and is student-centric. But again, taking the cue from Professor Sarkar, Malavika Di, I'm reminded of an old English adage. And the adage is that we should not put the cart before the horse. Right. So before we go in for implementation of the recommendations, some of the challenges that I mentioned should be taken care of, and it should be introduced systematically so that the progress of higher education does not go against the principle of equity and justice.
Right. So that's a very nice adage Professor Das pointed out. It's really, this fascinating experience to be amongst you in taking part in all the interaction, because this, I personally get myself enriched. That really, this improves my educational experience. Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, quick comment on how...
Comment only, I just want to mention that we have to find out that this NEP, once it gets implemented properly, what are the different problems we are going to face, and then again work it out. But already certain things we have with us. The positive points, as Professor Das already mentioned, which I like most, but I didn't mention, that it actually emphasizes from the preschool education to the higher education, a continuum. And over there will be huge amount of importance of this particular policy and the success of this policy also.
Thank you. We have received this sufficient feedback within this constant time period. And in future, again, in Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries organize such programs. We will have more this exciting discussion from all these doers. So right now, we are concluding our session. We have, from the core of my heart, again, I'd like to thank BCC&I for organizing this event, and all my panelists who are present over here, respected panelists, Professor Suranjan Das, Professor Malavika Sarkar, and Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay. They have opined beautifully to make this session alive. Thank you all.
Could I thank Professor Shoikat Mitra for being an excellent moderator and a patient moderator?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
That is
very much, Professor Moitro.
Thank you very much.
In presence or in presence, that is the easiest job. Thank you.
I'd like to invite Dr. Bose now to thank all our participants and Professor Shaukat Maitro. Over to you,
Thank
sir.
you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Moitro, Shuranjanda, Professor Malavika, and of course, Dhruvajyoti Chattopadhyay for this very, very interesting discussion. Unfortunately, since it's virtual, we don't have any bouquet of flowers to give you, but from the core of the heart, we are actually thanking all of you for being the part of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries 3rd Annual Education Conclave 2020, which is about national education policy. And we are hearing different kind of very interesting comments and observations. And I would like to once again thank all of you for being part of it, for your time and your wisdom, and look forward to see all of you very soon. On behalf of the entire chamber, thank you very much, and namaskar to all of you.
Namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Bose, for hosting this panel. And we do look forward to a broader university-industry partnership, without which the new education policy would not become a reality.
Absolutely. And collaboration among our universities.
Sure.
Yeah, through Bengal Chamber of Commerce, BCC&I can take a this leading role in establishing this kind of
Sure. We would love that, sir. We'll do that, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. We shall be now proceeding towards our next session, National Education Policy 2020 Decoded, of 50 minutes, and the last 10 minutes shall be dedicated to the question and answer round, requesting the audience to post their questions on the chat box. We are extremely honored to welcome our esteemed speaker, Mr. Narayanan Ramaswamy, National Leader, Education and Skill Development, KPMG India. Mr. Narayanan Ramaswamy has over 23 years of experience in management consulting and industry. His current focus is on education, skill development, and social sector advisory. He has experience across financial services and infrastructure sectors, spanning multiple solutions offering, business strategy, process and performance improvement, and organization and change management, systems and IT strategy. He is an acknowledged thought leader and represents KPMG in multiple forums. He was invited to be a part of the expert committee to review the new education policy by the Government of India, besides being in the Board of Studies for 2 leading private universities. Once again, I would like to take and of course have the privilege to invite Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman Education Committee, BCCI, to welcome Mr. Ramaswamy and moderate the event. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, very good evening, Mr. Ramaswamy. It is such a great pleasure to see you once again after maybe 3 or 4 years when we last met. And it is such a great pleasure to welcome you back as one of our iconic speaker in this Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries 3rd Annual Education Conclave 2020. And of course, as we all know, that you played your part in the NEP 2020, and obviously as a part of the KPMG, as a senior partner and somebody who actually knows the skills and education day in and day out. I don't think that there are too many people in the country who understands skills and education as much as you do. So once again, on behalf of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and the entire team there, may I once again thank you for being with us and welcome you. And please go ahead and please put on your observations, your thoughts, and of course, what you feel how the NEP 2020 is going to make a change in the education ecosystem of India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Dr. Suborno Bose. This is really a privilege. Thank you so much for inviting me and for all those kind words. Let me try and live up to your reputation, the reputation that you have built for me. And I also think it is a great honor and privilege to be speaking, in a sense, in the same forum as Dr. Kasturi Rangan. And Padma Vibhushan Kasturi Rangan is obviously one of those rare scholars who has done spectacular job in two different sectors. First in space research as an astrophysicist, and then in education with this absolutely wonderful transformative policy document that he has created for us. But that's not all. I'm also honored to be along with Professor Joykumar Ray, Professor Malvika Sarkar, obviously a great eminent academician, Professor Rubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Professor Suranjan Das, Professor Shoikat Mitra, and who did a great job of moderating the previous session. I really enjoyed it. And I thought, as a good consultant, I'm going to speak about national education policy, and I can't do it without slides, right? So I'm going to have a few slides, which will also help break the monotony, and you need not look at my face always, so you look at those slides. I will take some time. My presentation would be in three parts. First, very briefly, I will do what is national education policy. But that's going to be short because all of you, very eminent audience, you will know about this, you've read about this, you've been debating this for long. And the second portion is where I want to focus a little bit more, which is what are its implications? What does this national education policy mean on the ground for the regulator, for the academic institutions, for students, to the best of my ability and in the time given. In the last few minutes, I want to take about what I believe are the hits and misses in this absolutely monumental document that Dr. Kasturirangan and team has given us, right? So let me start by, what are some of the quick points. Again, here, I'm not going to spend too much time because this is something that you obviously know, and hence structure has been changed to 5334. Early childcare and education, which was outside the system, which was actually not regulated. India was not known for having a early childcare system. We believed that education started only when it was 6 years, but it is reality that's been brought into a formal education system. Foundation Literacy and Numeracy Mission is going to be phenomenal, and we're looking forward to the recommendations from there. 21st century skills, scientific temper, higher order cognitive skills, many of these nice things should be a part of our curriculum now. What I like a lot is the separation between arts and science, right in school curriculum. Separation between curricular and extracurricular. Separation between academic and vocational streams. All those things have been brought together, which I believe is a forward-looking step. And learning and assessment. We've been across the world being talked about how it is rote-based learning, and how this rote-based learning is the reason why Indian education is ailing and all the rest of it. That's going to change with the competency-based learning and assessment. Of course, there are some controversial points that we all know about how mother tongue and a regional language should be introduced, and thereby, and what are the repercussions. I have two views, and there are two views in this. I have my own view. 360-degree holistic progress card is much needed. Formative assessment instead of summative assessments, and 358 being one of those exit state level assessments, a good measure. Most importantly, online self-disclosure for schools that will bring in a lot more accountability, but also public oversight. What do we expect from this? We expect 100% GER that's going to happen, which in my view is going to be one of the best things to happen. And then we are also looking at universal foundational literacy and numeracy through the national mission. By 2025, this is going to be in place. In my view, that is, and more important is the 2 crore out of the school children. NEP says that they should be brought back into school. It gives a bit of policy and directional measure for doing that. And also the national curriculum framework, a mammoth task that needs to be revised by 2020, and an assessment framework, like I mentioned. In higher education, you notice that, there are far-reaching changes in higher education, and we talked a lot about that. We're talking about increasing, interdisciplinary. Let me use the right word. Professor Kasturirangan Dr. Kasturirangan corrected it. It's not multidisciplinary, it's interdisciplinary education. The 3-tier structure, where this is the best part of NEP, according to me, where the affiliated colleges is going to go. Greater institutional autonomy by bringing in a board of governors, and this could be a welcome step in terms of the institution managing its own affairs. Equity and inclusion through the special education zones. The NEP says that every district should have access to multidisciplinary education institution. There are some good mentions about online open distance education, but I have my own thoughts on this. A National Research Foundation, a single regulator under whom there are multiples of institutions, but at least we'll all be put into a single institutions where the regulation will take care. We are welcoming foreign universities, only the top 100, and multiple appointments in the teacher education that has happened. Integration of vocational education, I mentioned. Teacher education is now going to be revamped. It's going to be 4-year B.Ed. Again, there are some views on this. Then we are also talking about NEET, National Education of Alliance for Technology, and also the use of technology in administration and academics. Greater disclosure norms. Dr. Kasturi and others talked about increasing the outlay from 4% to 6%. But the repercussion, like, I can look at it from the consulting hat, it's 50% increase. Already we are struggling for allocation, and the COVID and other things coming 50%. It's now 4% or less than 4%. So 6% is a tall order, but that's what the policy recommends. So if this is what the policy recommends, higher education, there are implications, and the expected outcomes are really wonderful. We are talking about a gross enrollment ratio of 50% by 2030. Already India is the largest market for higher education, and by this it will be huge. We are talking about more than 30 million students in this. We are talking about affiliated colleges going away. And what we could interpret from the NEP is they are talking about reduction in the number of colleges. Today we have about 40,000 higher education institutions. By our estimate, this should become 15,000. So the subtle point that is there is that many of these institutions should merge, should go, and that repercussions we need to see. And there is, of course, NEHQF, National Higher Education Quality Framework, and we are talking about enhanced governance and at least 50% of the students to have vocational education exposure. Good things. Fantastic. Absolutely wonderful. How are we going to make this happen? So I'm going to spend the next few minutes on how are we going to make this happen. On the school education, I'm not going to get to the details of it. I can share this with somebody who's interested, but what does it mean? It means that in the federated system that we have, education is a concurrent subject. Policy can be regulated by the state, by the union government. Actual on-the-ground implementation should happen with the state governments. So what should together the center and state do, more so implemented in the state government, that will make this NEP a reality? Because a fantastic document, a forward-looking one, for the first time somebody has dared to dream bigger, dream different, all that is fine. But how do we make it happen? So for example, it starts with developing a curriculum and pedagogy for 0 to 8 years. Across the world, developing curriculum and pedagogy is not at all easy. International Baccalaureate was developed some 50 years back, and still the world uses that in a big way. This is going to be a big task. It's easier said than done. And the budgetary allocation for creating this is going to be difficult. We are also looking at Anganwadi workers merging into the system. They be getting accepted and being trained and certified for doing this. These are all big tasks. In the foundation literacy numeracy, we saw how this is emphasized multiple times. Dr. Kasturi also today talked about that. How do we make this happen? Implementation plan, target, school preparation module to make this happen, teacher rationalization, and also a lot of in-service teacher training, because you can't suddenly have people from outside coming and implementing this. It's going to be people who are part of the current system who want to do this. And the participation of volunteers, civil society, how do we make it happen? These are some of the implications. And in curriculum and pedagogy in schools, especially with the change structure, we need to look at, apart from other things, the multiple mediums of instruction, especially up to grade 5 and recommended up to grade 8. Here I have, as you know, each state has a curriculum. And apart from that, we have a CBSE curriculum, we have an IGCSE, which is an international curriculum, and we have ICSE, which is again an Indian curriculum. We have IB. How are we going to implement something that is overarching that can be followed by all? Because we're talking about standardization and universalization. Textbooks, many of these resources need to follow. And like I said, teacher training, assessments at state level. The biggest problem would be for teachers. I really don't envy them, because if all these things are changed, so are fine to change. At the end of the day, they hold the baby. And how are we going to be trained for teaching, for assessment, and also the data analytics and governance part of it? How are we going to make it happen? So a shift to from a competence to a competency-based and a formative assessment-based system from a road-based summative assessment that we have today is not going to be easy. We are also talking about administering it multiple times, the assessment, and how the student can pick and choose. Very nice concept, but in terms of implementation, the systems and processes, not just the budgetary allocation of making it happen, is something that we need to have in mind. And I talked about teachers. So we need to, this is one area, like I said, needs a revamp in a big way, right from our management system to professional development to professional standards for teachers. This is going to be most important. And we're talking about how do we bring in equitable and inclusive education for all. And we're talking about special education zones to be set up. The sheer capital outlay for this is mind-boggling. How are we going to get this? We need to look at some innovative budgeting for this. The state governments should be guided, and also there needs a lot of help in setting up these things. The policy document ambitiously talks about one in the higher education, one per district. How are we going to make this happen? And also state-led community and context-specific action plan needs to be required. It cannot be a one-hat-fits-all. And then we are also talking about infrastructural changes. Imagine you're talking about vocational education coming in 6th grade. We are also talking about expanding and having arts and science as a part of this. How are it going to happen? And in a post-COVID scenario where there is already a huge burden on infrastructure, this is going to be something that we need to watch out. And the document also talks about school complex management committees. Absolutely wonderful. How do you have school complexes? This making it happen and making sure the state is able to monitor this is something that we need to be cognizant of. Standard settings, accreditation, school education, I spoke about. I'm not going to spend time on that. Dropouts, tracking school dropouts is absolutely fabulous. We need to do it, and it's not going to be easy. Technology is going to come in a big way in helping this. We need to start a state child tracking system, and 2 crores is not an easy number. And implementation of this would mean, we should also activate open schooling and others. In terms of higher education, I'm rushing a bit because of time. Higher education, we're talking about institutional restructuring and consolidation. Well, for a long time, we are used to setting up engineering colleges, medical colleges, and law schools. And I think Professor Das also spoke about this. How are we going to do away with this? How are we going to consolidate this? We're talking about Meru. But making Meru happen is going to have a lot of collaboration, coordination, and policy guideline even at a state level for these things to happen. So we are talking about state level mentorship schemes to identify mentors for some of these things to happen at one level, forming the cluster. At another level, we need to have technology in a big way to help these institutions come together, for them to actually be a model multidisciplinary colleges to be established. Each state will have its own plan depending on how it is going to happen. There's a bit of dichotomy in doing away with MPhil. At one level, we are talking about multiple entry and exit. MPhil could be one of the exit points. Otherwise, for a PhD student, from PG to PhD, there is no exit. In some sense, it is contradicting with the multiple entry exit point that was mentioned in that bill. Nevertheless, equity and inclusion, we talked about the special education. So I talked about this, and this is not going to be easy. Maybe a good part would be on one level, we are talking about consolidation of existing institutions. On the other hand, we are talking about building new institutions. Somewhere we need to marry this both and make sure that, not only we rationalize this, but also have predictive analytical tools to track in terms of how some of the socially, economically disadvantaged group is actually getting the benefits of this. Student experience and support. The first time we are talking about building institutions from a student-centric and looking at from their angle. I think inclusion of students in key authorities is going to be a norm. We see this happening in many places. We were doing a very interesting project with Nanyang Technical University in Singapore, and it's absolutely amazing to see how they are transforming a university, a well-established university, into a completely student-centric university. So this is something new, absolutely forward-looking, but how are we going to make this happen? And also, in terms of national scholarship portal and making sure the student is involved in all these things, including career counseling. I would say the counseling starts even before they get into higher education. We need to spend more time in terms of making this happen. And the state has a big role, the institution has a big role in making it happen. We're talking about faculty shortage. And how do we address this? This is already a problem. And we are now an NEP recommends 1:10 to 1:20, which is like a big order. So how are we going to do this in terms of how do you fast track some of this promotion? How do you identify the right talent? How do we incentivize them? These all need a lot more thinking into it. And again, I believe technology can play a big role in making this happen. And in terms of revamping the teacher education system, there is a move towards how NCTE has to be revamped, and a manner in which NCTE has progressed till now. There's a lot more that we need to do in terms of fundamental changes. So rationalization of teacher education institutions, reforming the teacher training, or reframing the teacher training curriculum, including, say, ECE in a school education context. Digital dissemination is going to be big. Again, in a post-COVID context, this is going to be absolutely essential. More importantly, standards and accreditation of teachers and how that needs to be dynamic is going to be important. In-service training is going to be a part of it. National Mission for Mentoring is an absolutely wonderful concept, and we need to bring in the right kind of expert. And there, I think we should also look at people who are retired and others who are going to be part of this one. And that is something that needs to be worked in a structured manner. We're also talking about promoting research. Research does find a mention. In fact, we're talking about National Research Foundation, which is going to be equitable with respect to the public institutions as well as private institutions. And the weightage that research has in faculty, career, and other things is given that weightage. Peer-reviewed grant proposals is the most welcome stuff. It kind of brings in that confidence in our academic community. And we are also looking at research and internship in UG, which is undergraduate programs, which is much needed. Given the way students are equipped, I can see the student in undergraduate courses far, far better than I was 25, 30 years back. So research at that level is a big step. And also we inculcate the research mindset right at the school level is what the NEP says, which is very good. So state research policy and perspective planning is very important. This is one of those areas that needs a lot of funding and a perspective planning in terms of how much we need to invest. The results of research happens much later. And identifying those areas, building centers of excellence, institutionalization of research track for faculty so that we identify those where we need to encourage, and it's not like, a carpet bombing approach. And a competitive ecosystem to fund and recognize the system at a central level is going to be important. Internationalization of higher education has been given a big thrust, and it has started even in the previous budget. Just to give you some statistic, India, which is number 3 in terms of the total number of higher education institutions in the world, ranks number 32 in terms of attractiveness of the institution. So recognizing this, government launched Study in India program. We had a great opportunity to work in this program. And this, in my view, is not just going to improve the quality of education, it's also going to financially help our institution. I do believe there's a huge role India can play for the non-West part of the world as a destination for education. I had a great opportunity to be part of the ECUP committee in Internationalize of Education, and we had some forward-looking recommendations for it, which finds some mention in this as well as in the budget last year. So legislative framework should be put in place for this. Transfer of credits, which is one of the key things, is going to be important when we are talking about internalization. Right now, we don't have credits that I can kind of have even in my own course. That's like, for example, I'm doing a bachelor's in science and I want to shift somewhere. How do I transfer this credit? Or I'm doing and I want to take a break, which is what this NEP allows, and I want to come back. How do I recognize this credit? This needs to go all the way from transfer of credits from one university to other within India, from one university to other across the globe as well. But this is very important for us to make sure that this happens. Talking about online education, in my view, technology and digital transformation could have been absolutely transformational. There is a mention of it, but I do believe it is more overlay of whatever is being said. But the disruptive nature of digital technology, in my view, could have been more emphasized in this. But nevertheless, this talks about a quality transformation of existing universities because it talks about accreditation of ODL. It talks about online education being recognized, and primary, secondary, vocational education across. It talks about digital coming in, and also perhaps we should look at PPP models. I'll talk about the private participation a little later. And technology in education is further emphasized with NEET. And like I said, we are talking about states-owned data repository because, digital technologies can be used in multiple formats. It can be used for automation and making systems and processes effective. It may be used as a part of pedagogy in terms of digital learning. It can also be used for your analytics and feedback mechanisms by which at a policy level this can make a big difference. So we are looking at a system-wide ICT transformation, which will also give us better learning outcomes. We're looking at state centers of excellence for some of the emerging areas that the NEP mentions, and this needs to be budgeted and set. And the university system will also need to dovetail into it in terms of the higher education options that they have. Vocational education integration finds a mention, and again here there is so much that is fundamentally different. And I don't know whether that was the remit of those who kind of prepared the national education policy. But here we are talking about a system that was left behind in a big way. And we are talking about gross enrollment ratio of 24%, which means the rest 76% of the youngsters who didn't get into formal education are unskilled. What is the mechanism by which they will get into mainstream? What is the mechanism by which they are recognized? What is the interoperability between these two systems? How do we strengthen that system is a separate subject by itself. It finds a mention in this. We're talking about integration of vocational education system. We're talking about 50% of the higher education people being exposed to it. We're talking about a blended mode, short-term certificates. All these things need a state-level plan to integrate vocational education, higher education, and the budgetary estimates. But to me, this is just the tip of the iceberg, and a lot needs to be done here. And revamping professional education, I talked about that. Some of our pride in terms of institutions are standalone professional institutions, be it the IITs, be it the IISc, or Indian Institute of Mines, or Indian Statistical Institute, or IIMs. All of them are standalone institutions, and now suddenly you change that. It's going to be a big, big change. And we are talking about separate national accreditation body for nursing and some of the substreams. We are looking at bilingual delivery of some of education. All of them would mean that there should be a plan for some of these standalone institutions to get into Meru or some of the other clusters, or how do they organically move into interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary institution. To me, a lot more thought needs to go into making it happen. While the thought is exemplary and we need to move towards that direction to create better individuals, better professionals, how do we make it happen? And also a system-wide revamp of the UG curriculum itself to incorporate some of these areas should come up. In other areas, governance, especially in higher education, needs to be completely independent. The national education policy recognizes this. There is a meta-accrediting body so that there is one accreditation that's going to be India's answer to many of the accreditations that are happening in other parts of the globe, and that can be, the gold standard. And we are also looking at public disclosure of information. Right now, many public institutions are struggling with collecting data for multiple purposes. So it could be NIRF sometime, NAC for some other reason, a UGC inspection. So it is a crying need that we find information systems and also bringing together and go one step further to have it as a publicly disclosed one, so that nobody need to ask for this information. And it's not difficult. In US and certain other countries, it has been possible to a large extent. So you just go and get the information rather than provide this information. But this also would mean data tracking, information systems to that level, using some of the more modern technologies like blockchains, and also leadership development programs within the institutions to make this happen. So we need to look at how HGC and other things would take care of funding for this effective governance and data availability and transparency to make it happen. Financing education, there is a mention of 4% to 6% and 2% of the total budget in higher education for earmark for research and innovation. And there is also a passing mention of support for private philanthropic activity, like Dr. Kasturi Rangan himself mentioned. Today, more than 40% or close to 50% of school education comes from private sector. A whooping 70% of standalone colleges is run by private sector. I'm very surprised as to a very passing mention of private involvement and also just mentioning only the philanthropy part of it. We need capital. And the government doesn't have capital. It has to come from private sector, and maybe some of those things that we need to build on this document. But it does talk about increasing budget allocations at a state level. This needs to be implemented. And in my view, we should give thrust areas for private funding as well to make sure that the funding that is necessary for these things come into being. So very quickly, those are, in my view, the implications. Each one of these implications need to be detailed out. It cannot be the same in all occasions. State-wise, it could be different. Situation-wise, it could change, and it also is dynamic. 5 years from now, we look at some of these things could be very different. So with that, I move into the third section where I'm going to talk about what are some of the aspects that I believe, this is my personal view, have been a big success. Integrating preschooling into formal education has been one.
Gentle reminder, you only have 5 more minutes, please.
Thank you so much. That was useful. So integrating preschooling into formal education, I think, was a big success. Vocational education from grade 6. I mean, this is going to be an absolute game changer. Competency-based learning assessment, like I said, if the rote learning goes off, we're going to be back into, and this singularly can completely change the way our future generation will behave and will perform. Autonomy and self-disclosure norms, takes schools the shackles of, license Raj. Out of school children to brought back to schools is wonderful. The higher education side, interdisciplinary approach is wonderful. Affiliation. There are only 2 countries in the world who still have affiliation, India and Bangladesh. Old British concept that the Britishers left in 1992, but we are still following. I'm glad this documentation makes a pitch for doing away with affiliation. I don't think, I think Professor Ray argued that, standalone institutions, Professor Das argued that standalone institutions will not have the quality and other things. But in my view, it is better to be a standalone institution than be an affiliated college. There's absolutely no autonomy. Multiple entry, exit, and the concept of credit bank is absolutely wonderful. A single regulator is going to ease a lot of compliance issues. Foreign educators in India is much needed. It happened in US in the 1960s and 70s that only increased the quality of US education, and greater disclosure and public oversight is wonderful. I also believe there are some misses that we need to ponder about. Like I said, private participation is education is a sore miss. I don't think only philanthropy is going to help. Maybe we can have regulations. We have exchange, social stock exchange. We have impact funds. We could have regulated. We could have channelized private participation in this, but it's a complete miss. And it takes a very moral high stand that private, if they participate, it can only be donations and philanthropic participation. Could have looked at it differently. Maybe we can still. Integrating standalone labs with education institutions is again another miss. I mean, we're spending so much money on independent. This is the old concept, Nehruvian concept that started in 1950s, where the research part is a separate wing, not talking to the academic institutions. I believe there was a chance to bring them together. To me, it's a miss. And lifelong learning. We are just in the beginning of the demographic bulge, and it's going to go till 2047. So lifelong learning is something that I believe is going to be far more useful for a young country like India. So while the short term, it's going to be school and higher education, and there it finds a mention, but it's more cursory, and in my view, this needs to be worked further upon. Like I said, digital technologies could be a complete disruptor. Infrastructure, manpower, requirements, we did a simple calculation, it's mind-boggling. So we need to see how we can do. Well, there is one regulator, but within one regulator, it is mind-boggling. We have HECI, HEGC, NCFSE, NCFT, NCFIV, NCPF, NETF, NHQF, NTA, NPSP, PARAC, it goes on. On one hand, we have put in one. On the other hand, there are so many institutions that the NEP says, and how is this going to happen? Will it be old wine in new bottle? We need to see. Last but not the least, I'm not sure whether it's practical aspect to leave the pride of our country, which is specialized institution, and force them to be a part of this. I think like the eminent speakers before me said, why can't we coexist? Why is there a requirement that we should not have any specialized institution? Was the question that I have in mind. But having said that, this is a landmark landmark policy document. And I do believe this is going to singularly change the future of this country, a young country. And if India is going to be a superpower and it's going to be economically a giant, and also in terms of amongst the world powers, I think later history would say that one of the key reasons for that is a change in the education reform and the change in the education institutions in this country that has made it. So in some sense, I'm very happy to be alongside when these things are happening, and in some little sense to have contributed to it. And of course, I do wish that we can contribute and our team can contribute a little more in terms of making it happen, which is when we would have really enjoyed the benefits of this. So thank you so much. And I'm really happy. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, BCCI, Dr. Subarna Bose. Please, accept my sincere thanks and gratitude for giving me this forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramaswamy, for your insights and sir, for sharing your ideas. On behalf of Dr. Bose and definitely the entire committee, BCCI, we really want to go ahead and thank you, sir, for this wonderful evening and definitely so much of knowledge that you've given us. Thank you, sir. Have a great evening ahead.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now moving to the next session and we would like to continue the significant inputs from our next esteemed speaker, Shri Pramath Raj Sinha, founder and MD, Harappa Education, founder and trustee, Ashoka University, founding dean, ISB. He was a partner at McKinsey & Company and a core member of the India practice. Has a vast experience in media businesses, both print and digital. He is passionate about grooming the next generation of India's leaders. To welcome him, we would like to now invite Professor Dr. Shumon Mukherjee, who has over 45 years of experience in teaching at India and abroad. Currently the Director General of the Bhawanipur Education Society College, Professor Dr. Mukherjee has previously taught at the XLRI and of course the Newcastle Business School as well as in the US. He is a recipient of Mother Teresa International Award for Education in 2014 and is also the director at Ernst & Young India. Professor Dr. Mukherjee shall be moderating this leg of the session. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you.
Professor Dr. Mukherjee, sir, are you here in the session?
Sanchari, I don't see him here.
Yes. So I think, sir, we shall wait for him to in fact log in. In the meantime, we would love to have you take over the session, sir. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me to today's session. And I think you must have been all NEP'd out by now, and now with Mr. Ramaswamy giving you such a comprehensive detailing of what is in the policy, what the implications are, what are the positives, what are the negatives. Anything I will say will be repetitive. So I'm just trying to calculate in my head what I should talk about. My sense is that it's perhaps better to talk about the NEP in the context that I would like to put it, which is the larger context of what is happening to our, if you will, the future of work and where the workplace is going, where our career is going, and with that in mind, what is probably going to be needed in education, and maybe that will give us a little bit of a different perspective on what this NEP means for us as a country. So there are three ideas that I want to leave you with about the future of work, and I think these are areas that I feel are going to fundamentally change the way our children, I don't know what the age group of people is on this call, but some of the people I know, I think they are all my contemporaries and we are all on the wrong side of the 50s, and we probably have not too many years to worry about. But for young people today, the world looks very, very different from what it looked for us when we were growing up, even though some of those trends had started while we were growing up. What are these trends? The first big trend is that people are going to live much longer and live much healthier lives in the time that they live. So people are talking about the 100-year life these days. There's a book by that name, by the way, by Linda Grattan, who is a well-known professor from London Business School. People are talking about the 60-year curriculum, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. The idea being that you're going to live longer and you're going to work longer. My father, I'm 56. When my father was 56, I remember him being completely retired. He had almost decided that he was going to focus on writing and his literary activities and had given up. And here I am at 56 doing a startup, when you do startups, you think 10-year horizon. My sister is going to turn 70 and she retired as a government officer 10 years ago. And I think she's worked harder between 60 to 70 than I've seen her work before that. So this is happening to all of us, and it's going to happen increasingly more as to young people. The second big implication that the trend that I see is that careers and roles and functions are changing very rapidly. So in this sort of 60-year working life that you're going to have, most people are not going to have one job, and that was clear from our generation also. So it was not like our parents all worked in one job or in one industry throughout their life, and most of us have worked in multiple. But today what is happening is that your industry or your sector is either getting shut down or a completely new sector is opening up. And that's happening almost every 5 years. The half-life of a job has come down a lot. I take a very interesting example. One of the people who worked with me went to Manipal, and she did an undergrad degree in media and communication. Then she decided to branch off into an adjacent area and went to England and did a course in sports marketing and started working with a marketing firm that used to work in the sports area. Then she decided that, maybe that's not where she was going to do her career. So she came back and joined Ashoka University in our Young India Fellowship program and did a liberal arts program that had nothing to do with what she had done in her undergrad and in her master's. When she graduated from the program, she came and started working with me in a public policy advisory and advocacy business. She worked with us for 3-4 years and then decided, well, maybe I should go get an MBA. So she went to Oxford and got an MBA at the Syed Business School. And from there, she now works in a company called Uber, but not Uber as you know it, in Uber Eats. Now, the thing is, how do you educate yourself to work in Uber Eats? What education do you provide to somebody who works in Uber Eats? And if you actually look at her history, she's probably studied 5 different areas, but Uber has employed her to drive the Eats business in a part of London. Now, I can get into the specifics of the job and what it entails, but ultimately what you find is that people are going to change discipline so much that what is going to be required is for you to be very agile, to be very flexible, to learn a completely new field even before you've become comfortable with it. If you look at what I do, which is setting up educational programs and setting up higher educational institutions, and this I've been doing. When I was growing up, there was no profession like this. There was no job like this. There was no role like this. I couldn't even have imagined this 20 years ago. I used to be a management consultant like Mr. Ramaswamy. I had no idea that I was going to leave completely the area of business and become somebody who was setting up educational institutions. So the third big point is that while these things are changing, your roles and your functions and your industries are changing, it is highly unpredictable as to what is the new thing on the horizon. Today, everybody is talking about AI and data science and digital marketing and so on. But you really don't know what's to come. Which are the areas in which people will go? Now, there are many people who are predicting this. The World Economic Forum has a study out, and they talk about green jobs and tech jobs and healthcare jobs are being the big areas. But even within that, it's very difficult to predict. And so how do you train yourself? How do you educate yourself is a black box. So if you look at these three trends, the fact that you are living longer, working longer, the fact that you are constantly going to change your career and it will change on you, and third, that it is completely unpredictable what new areas are going to come. The question is, how does education cater to something like this? So very quickly, the first thing is that education is now going to not be this 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 plus 4 or whatever you want to look at it. I think education, particularly after school and college, is going to continue throughout your life. So everybody has been talking about lifelong learning, but lifelong learning is a reality. I think all of us are spending, those of us who are still active are learning all the time. And there has to be this mindset that, you study for 16 years, 12 years in school and 4 years in college, and then your education is over. It's gone, over, finished. We are all going to be studying all our lives. That's the first thing that we have to understand. The second thing that we have to understand is that this ability to constantly keep changing is going to be core to being successful in your career. And the only way you can do that is through multidisciplinary education. What that means is that you become so comfortable in studying any new subject that whatever you throw at me, I'll be willing to learn. And this aspect, which has come into the education policy, is very interesting. That is the long-term implication of studying interdisciplinarity or multidisciplinarity. And quickly moving on, the third big area, which is extremely important, is having some sort of foundational skills that hold you, that there is a foundation regardless of what field you are getting into. And that is one thing that I feel very strongly about, that has been introduced into the education policy, particularly in the school education, where they are talking about bringing in things like 21st century skills and critical thinking and holistic learning. These are skills that will never change regardless of what happens to you, like communication skills, like ability to work with others, like how do you solve problems and how do you think through problems. With artificial intelligence, robotics, machine learning, the actual hard skills will change, but these fundamental skills will not change. And unfortunately, in the last 20-25 years in our school and college system, we have not been teaching our kids this. It's very important to bring this back, and I think that's what the education policy recognizes. And the last point I will make, and I was noticing that a lot of the things that Mr. Ramaswamy was saying, he was saying, so how will this get done? I think he was being quite polite and saying that, ye kaise hoga ye sab. But my view is that it can't be done. And I'll tell you why I think it can't be done. I think the numbers that are assumed are just impossible. Never in the history of the human race have we had to educate so many people so quickly. Now, what you are doing is you are trying to solve a bullet train problem with a horse cart. We need a bullet train. We don't need another automobile. Even an automobile will not get us there. You have to move to a whole new technology. You have to rework the whole education model. If we are going to educate 1:20 teacher-student ratio, what are we talking about? How will you find so many teachers? It's impossible. I don't think it can be done, and maybe I'm a naysayer, but as they would say in Calcutta, ye hobe na. So the only solution is to use technology. I agree with Mr. Ramaswamy that we have not highlighted the use of technology as much as we should. It is mentioned there. You can see it's already been adopted so widely in this COVID period. And I will end by saying that technology is the only hope we have left to achieve these goals. I can talk to you about the pros and cons of technology, but I believe that if you want to get the best quality education to the last student, the only answer is to leverage technology. In 75 years, we kept promising the last student that will bring you a classroom, will bring you a teacher, and we have not achieved that. Catch us trying to achieve that in the next 30 years. The only way it will happen is by leveraging technology. Thank you very much for this chance to speak to you, and I'm happy to take questions if there's still time. Otherwise, I'm happy to allow you to catch up on your schedule because it's late in the evening and I know you're running late.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Ratsina, we are very happy to have Professor Dr. Shubhan Kumar Mukherjee here. Sir, very warm welcome to you. And he would like to basically be a part of this forum now. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, very good evening to you. And it's a privilege for me to talk to you, Mr. Sinha. There are seldom occasions when you meet a polymath, and I feel you resemble everything this education policy sort of stands up for. The reason why I say that is you yourself have personalized what a polymath should stand for. Being an engineer, you've moved on to robotics, you've been ideator, creator of management institutes, you've gone into consulting, you've been a media entrepreneur, and you're also dabbling with values. We have been talking about the problems, and I think there are far too many. We've talked about expansion, the problem of expansion, coping up with numbers. We're talking about equity, the number of the gender divide, the females that are being left out in participation rate and not included. 1 out of 11 are in education system. Excellence. Very few IITs and IIMs and institutes like what you created, ISBs, to actually cater to the interests of the people. Employability, which has always been a huge gap. And while man has moved from the agricultural revolution to the industrial revolution to what you've been just mentioning, digital revolution, you still have a problem, which I think is India's biggest problem, the human revolution. You know, we've talked about skill, we've talked about dexterity, that's physical labor. We've talked about creative labor. We've talked about cognitive labor, which at the lowest level is memory, which our students are great at, but somehow research is floundering. The human capital, the human labor, empathy, if you like, is exactly where we are failing. My pitch to you and my question would be, what would you do other than IQ and digital intervention, where we have this dualism, where a large section of the economy is not even penetrated, which is the rural economy, and where even your phones, smartphones are not available to them. In UK, you would get a subscription, with it you get a smartphone. In India, we have still not introduced that. That would be an easy way to penetrate. But how would you create the creative quotient, the adverse quotient, the negativity, suicides that are taking place even for the richest of the rich, the spiritual quotient, which is contentment, the emotional quotient of getting to know about yourself and society, and most important, leadership issues, which is education 5.0, entrepreneurship, because jobs are few and very few to get. So in this situation, there are two questions I'd like to ask. Even if you're looking at vocational training and skill development, would you think that, like USA, your community colleges could be linked to normal colleges? I mean, we are talking about vocational and skilling, but we have not talked about the aspiration of enlightenment, of enlarging your vision. And as a visionary who've dabbled in all these areas, I'd like your take on this. You've talked about technology, but technology is not only expensive, that will be even more difficult to get in an inclusive model. So how would you tackle all these problems? We are running out of time, so I'll give you about 10 to 15 minutes to sum up whatever questions I raised. I raised it in a barrage, but let me see if we can take it. And finally, one of the things that perhaps Swami Vivekananda mentioned is the need for physical education. Learning to lose in a football ground, he said, would give you better knowledge than in a classroom, because we do not learn to take a defeat. As a result, we become corrupt and we look at ways to pay ourselves out. How else to explain China, which was nowhere in 1950s in Olympics, gets the largest number of medals, and India with 1.3 billion not even getting one gold medal. So obviously there's a problem of a strong mind in a strong body, and that is surely a part of education.
Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee, and that is a barrage, but I will try to selectively address these issues and through that try and address it as comprehensively as possible. May I submit that a lot of the issues that you're raising have generally been solved for by education systems around the world. We have just done a very bad job of implementing it in our country. But let me tell you how I see this whole set of questions that you've raised. The first is the fact that school education is about making sure that everyone understands the concepts that govern how the world works in a way that basic quality is ensured, and for the best students to be able to get, for the best students to feel challenged, but for everybody to at least know basic things about language, mathematics, science, history, geography, and so on. There, I think that we have made our system too rigid, and in the excuse that, oh, we have to be fair to the numbers, everything has become about rote learning. We've been talking about this for many, many years. I think we should just allow for much more flexibility, which I think this policy allows for. But I think we have to make sure that our school system focuses on at least making sure that everybody gets a certain standard of knowledge and education, and particularly at the foundational level. Because what has been proven for a long time now is that what you learn in grade 1 to 5, the period in grade 1 to 5, what you learn about language and numeracy, that is what determines all future learning. Everything that you learn in the future is determined how well you did, how well you were educated at that stage, and how your brain developed. This is neurobiological, neuroscience based. So I think the making sure that some basic education is available to everyone and not compromising on that is the first part of it. You know, college education, which arguably was invented in our country, right, 5,000 years ago, has always been about discovering yourself. It was never about employment. It never was. It was never about you train somebody and then they go into this job. I went to study at IIT Kanpur. I got a certain rank. Based on that rank, I got metallurgical engineering, and the counselor at the Kanpur campus told me that because of this, you will get a job in Tisco, Telco and sales. So beta, you take this. This was at the top IIT in this country, which I attended. Now, my point is, this was never the model with which higher education was built. Higher education was for me to go and explore in college any variety of subjects and then decide what I was good for. And maybe I would make some mistakes, but that would train me in my values that we are all talking about. That would train me in asking the big quintessential question of who am I at that stage, right? That is what college was always meant for. When the Greeks set it up, when the Italians set it up, when the Indus Valley civilization set it up at Takshila, that was the original intent. And I think we need to do that, back to that in our country. So I think this college obsession with disciplines don't even matter. How do you train somebody for Uber Eats? What discipline are you going to train them in to go and work in Uber Eats? I keep using that example. Old disciplines are gone. And new disciplines are not clear. So I think that's the second piece. College education has to be about letting students choose. That's a simple thing I'm saying. Just do away with this whole obsession with marks and rank determining what you study. Now, obviously, there are a lot of nuances to this, and I'm sure you have many more questions, but I'll just come to the last bit about technology, because I am convinced about this, and I must tell you why. You know, sir, when the book came out, the book, the printed book, people asked the same questions. They said, ki, if you are going to sit at the feet of the guru and learn verbally through the direct interaction with the guru, how will you learn from a book? Book se learning thode hoga. Books were only used by then as Bibles to spread Christianity. Some people said, no, let's create a book. Now let me take you to my education. My physics teacher in school couldn't teach me any physics. Maybe it was my failing or his failing, I don't know. But there was a book called Resnick and Halliday. Those of you who have studied physics will remember this. Mr. Resnick and Mr. Halliday, from the book, I never met Resnick, never met Halliday, but I learned my physics from the book, and it was good enough to get me an IIT education. If we have learned from books, we are now going to learn from videos. You and I will never understand that, but the young people today are doing that. I have done brick and mortar education for the last 25 years. I've just rolled out a course called Embracing Change on my Harappa platform. As of yesterday, 130,000 students have taken that course. I couldn't imagine. I get goosebumps when I see people writing to me from all over the country saying, sir, I've taken your course and I've learned so much from it. It's both happy and sad. The sad part of it is that I also would like that child to go to a classroom and learn from you, Dr. Mukherjee. But we have failed to give that child that opportunity. My course is the next best substitute. It's the only substitute. The last thing I will say is that online education is as revolutionary as the book was to education. The book allowed Resnick and Halliday to not teach one class at MIT, but to teach the student growing up in Patna, through which that student was able to build their career. That's what's happening with online education. We have to recognize that. It's our only savior in the numbers that we are facing. So those are the points I'll make. There's lots of points about spirituality and values. You know, education can't solve all problems, but at least the basic issues of making students aware in school, giving students a voice and giving a chance to choose and experiment. And third, at least getting quality education to every last student. Those are three things that we can do if we put our mind to it. I'm convinced of that.
But do you agree that the present education policy actually highlights a big gap that exists in the present system? I'll tell you which one.
Yeah.
I started my career as a lecturer in Sri Ram College of Commerce, and I know you were closely involved with that. And in the morning, I used to teach at IIT Delhi, again in an IIT. My problem was that in Sri Ram College of Commerce, you had brilliant commerce students, but they didn't know what a factory floor is. They had no idea of manufacturing. And when I taught at IIT, you had brilliant students.
Gentle reminder, you only have 5 more minutes, please.
They couldn't make sense of what is a union budget. So, and even if you had humanities and social studies as a part of their course, which is what I used to teach, they were not interested because that was not germane to their job. So there is a need for a chartered accountant to understand which way the economy is going, for an engineer to know as an educated person whether the country is going in the right way, and for an accountant to know how a factory is run. So these points of leadership would help us through skill development to at least increase employability. How would you react to that?
No, I completely agree, sir. Completely agree with you. And this is precisely my point. Why should you force somebody in IIT to only study a certain set of subjects, right, which they were admitted into? And IIT today is a business school, but I don't think a BTech student can just go and take those courses, right? Yes, there are certain humanities courses that are specified that you have to take. It was there for me also, but we used to not pay attention to it because we thought that it was not valuable. So I do agree completely with you that at the end of the day, you have to allow people, this thing about I decide what people should study needs to go out. Why can't a SRCC student be allowed to go and study at Hindu college? Or take the bus across town and take a course at IIT. When I went to University of Pennsylvania to do my PhD, first semester I walk up to the graduate office to register for my courses. And they said, well, I said, which courses should I take? They said, you decide. I said, what do you mean I decide? You tell me which courses I need to take. And they said, well, you only have 3 requirements. I said, I have only 3 requirements and I have to do some 20 courses. They said, yeah. So where do I do these 20 courses from? And they said, well, you can choose anything. I said, can I go to the medical school and take a course? They said, sure, you can. I said, what about the Wharton School? They said, sure, you can. The only rule was you had to go talk to the professor. The professor had limits on his class. So if 30 students had already signed up from his school and they only had 30 spots, they would say, sorry, my class is full. But if you actually begged them enough and showed enough interest, they would add you to the class. That is how I went from studying metallurgical engineering to doing a PhD in robotics. I did not know the R of robotics when I was at Kanpur. But the place offered me so much flexibility that I could study whatever I wanted, which was shocking. And why are we not allowing that here? We should. It's a solved problem. This is not a new discovery. It's been practiced around the world for the longest time.
A final question. I think one of the things that screwed up the present system is the question bank. You have a selected amount of questions which you prepare for. So the zest for knowledge, to visit libraries. You know, we had Amartya Sen's and Shukumar Chakraborty in Delhi school coming out with a huge pile of books. And we used to take that as demonstration effect and also show our erudition by reading books. Now you go to tutorial homes because you need to just master marks. So the thirst for knowledge has just gone. And that is where I think liberal arts and the need to show off, which happens in, say, St. Stephen's Canteen, to say that I'm erudite, I'm knowledgeable, I have general knowledge, we have Rhodes Scholarship there, that culture needs to come back. Where we visit another
Sir, I can only assure you that the students in this country are still there wanting that. We have to be able to provide that. I agree with you.
Thank you so much. It's
Thank
been
you
a
for
pleasure
having me.
to meet you. I think you will be my role model.
Pleasure is exactly mine. Thank you for being so kind.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Prakash ji, namaskar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raj Sinha, for your very, very important input, sir. And thank you, Dr. Mukherjee, for your valuable presence and moderating this session. We really had a wonderful session, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Mat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a 4-minute commercial break now, but then please do not leave us and go anywhere because we have a very, very interesting and important session coming up in the next 4 minutes from now.
It all started in the year 1920 when some eminent industrialists of Kolkata founded the Marwari Balika Vidyalaya. Later, in 1954, Sri Shikshathan School was founded, and in 1955, Sri Shikshathan College came into being with the objective of further propagating quality education to girls.
6 years ago, we started a postgraduate diploma management institution in Calcutta.
All these institutions have continued to excel under the management of the Shikshathan Foundation, under the guidance of industrialists like its president, Mr. S.K. Birla, Director Emeritus, Birla Brothers Private Limited, Vice President, Mr. B.K. Jhawar, Chairman Emeritus, Usha Martin, Mr. G.K. Khaitan, Trustee and President of Shikshathan College, Mr. R.S. Goenka, Trustee and MD of the Emami Group, and other reputed industrialists.
The pinnacle of success that we have achieved today in the journey of the past 60 years is an essence of culmination of the untiring, unstinted contribution of our Founder Secretary, Secretary Generals, CEOs, principals, teachers, students, and of course our very loving parents.
Are you stressed out, indecisive, and confused about your career? ECPTA 120 Minutes, world's most technologically advanced career predictive test. IBM's AI and deep learning technology will match your skills and aptitude to over 1,400 careers. Get your career tested at ecptonline.com.
1966, 2,000 kilometers away from their traditional homeland, a team of inspired businessmen start a new chapter in education in Calcutta. When the hardworking community of entrepreneurs felt the need to preserve their linguistic and cultural heritage, the Bhawanipur Education Society College was founded under the aegis of the Bhawanipur Gujarati Education Society, affiliated to the University of Calcutta. A campus that inspires excellence through a range of extracurricular activities.
The Bhawanipur Education Society College is proud to reveal the Bhawanipur way of life, learning for leadership and liberal values.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost drawing close to the end of the day one conclave with our last session, and we are extremely honored to call upon Professor Ved Prakash, who has held eminent positions in a number of premier national and international organizations dealing with education in general and higher education in particular. Prior to assuming the charge of the office of the chairman of UGC between 2013 and 17, Professor Ved Prakash served as Vice Chairman, UGC, Vice Chancellor, National University of Education, Planning and Administration, NUEPA, New Delhi, and Secretary, UGC. In addition, Professor Ved Prakash also served as Advisor of Education, Planning Commission, Government of India, as Professor and Head Department of Educational Measurement and Evaluation, National Council of Educational Research and Training, New Delhi, as Associate Professor, Institute of Banking Personnel Selection, Mumbai, and as Joint Director, Staff Selection Commission, Government of India, New Delhi. Former Chairman, University Grants Commission, and to welcome him, we would like to request now Professor Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, VC Sister Nivedita University, who shall be also moderating this session tonight. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everybody. It's really an honor for me to get the opportunity to moderate the session by one of my role models, Professor Ved Prakash. Professor Ved Prakash, you remember that when I was a Pro-Vice Chancellor Academic in Calcutta University and the Director of the Center for Research in Nanoscience, Nanotechnology, you visited my center and you actually motivated in such a way. I understand that you are the person who can really give some lights in this today's endeavor. So I like to thank the organizers, particularly the Director General, Mr. Shubhodip Ghosh from the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, and Dr. Subarna Bush, the Chairman Education Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, along with the other members who are organizing this. Now, as already mentioned, I just want to add a little bit. Professor Ved Prakash is also a recipient of the Fulbright Postdoctoral Fellowship and was a visiting faculty of at the Humanities Research Group, University of Windsor, Canada, and a guest faculty at the Harvard Institute of International Development, Harvard University, Cambridge. He also worked as a consultant of the World Bank. Professor Ved Prakash has represented the government of India in a number of high-powered delegations to forging collaboration with other countries in the field of higher education and research. Besides, he has participated in a number of several national and international conferences and authored a number of books, articles, and research papers on a wide spectrum of areas concerning higher education, education planning and administration, and also personal selection. So who will be the best person to discuss with us in today's enclave? Professor Bit Prakash, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Chattopadhyay, for the kind words that you have used for me. Respected Director General of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the other organizers, including the British Council and the Bhamanipur Society and SNU. First of all, very good evening to everyone who is present in this webinar. And what I propose to do is that I'm going to reflect on certain features of the National Education Policy 2020. I'm not going to talk about the recommendations made by the National Education Policy because I presume that everyone associated with the sector of higher education is already familiar with them. And I will be focusing more on the approach towards the implementation of the recommendations which have been proposed in the National Education Policy. But to begin with, I would like to submit that we have brought out the National Education Policy after a long gap of 34 long years. It was necessitated because education in general and higher education in particular have undergone enormous amount of transformation due to national and international developments. But now much depends how well we have designed the National Education Policy is not all that important now. What is more important is that how well we understand this National Education Policy in our own context, and how well we orient the policy implementers, because the number of policy implementers is going to be very large, and how well we take the states on board, because education remains the bulk of education is with the state governments, and then how well we finance our efforts jointly, the federal government and the provincial governments, and where do we make the beginning from. We all know that we have a very gigantic system of education with about 993 degree awarding institutions and 3.7 crore students enrolled in higher education. And through the policy, we have made a commitment that we are going to double the number of students in the higher education sector, which means that we would be making quality education accessible to about 7 crore children in the age cohort of 18 to 23. Only then we will be hitting 50% mark that we have set for ourselves. This policy has made a number of statements, and those statements are expected to guide our decisions. And they will not only be guiding our decisions, but they will also be ensuring consistency in our decision making. So they are going to help us achieve the rational outcomes. But when we make policy, what happens usually that we charter our own path and we look up for the best practices around, which is why we have made certain structural changes in school education and also in higher education in the policy. But when we need to identify the practices that seem to be workable in our own context, what is workable in the district of Cooch Behar and Birbhum and Morigaon or Nellore or Guntur may not be applicable in other parts like Motihari or like Gaya or like Kaithal or Sirsa in Haryana. In a diverse country like ours, we shall have to look up for practices which are inclusive in nature. In higher education sector, I would briefly touch upon 3-4 structural changes that we have proposed. We have talked about that all the institutions of higher learning will be ready with their institutional development plans by 2030, so that they can move towards the multidisciplinary institutions of higher learning by 2040. We have also suggested that we will have only 3 sets of institutions: the research-intensive universities, teaching-intensive universities, and the autonomous colleges with degree granting powers. And the major change which has been recommended is that we would be moving towards a liberal undergraduate program of 3 or 4 years with multiple exit options. And that we will have the freedom to offer different kinds of programs. We will have academic credit bank, etc., etc. Now, for increase in duration, I will begin with the undergraduate program. When we are going to have a 4-year undergraduate program with multiple exit options, then we'll have to ascertain the requirement of provision of infrastructure, requirement of additional human resources, and financial requirements. And along with that, the curriculum updating with quality of its transaction. The biggest challenge would be to the curriculum developers, because curriculum developers will have to ensure its updating in such a manner that it guarantees the culmination of competencies and skills for those who would be seeking an exit with a certificate after 1 year, with a diploma after 2 years, and with a bachelor's degree after 3 years, and with a bachelor's degree with research after 4 years. So that is going to be a great challenge. Insofar as massification is concerned, we have said that we are going to double the gross enrollment ratio in higher education in another 15 years. But we should realize that enrollment continues to take a dip at each level. We have ensured almost 100% enrollment at the primary level. But when we transit from the primary level to the upper primary level and upper primary level to secondary and secondary to the post-secondary, we find that the transition rate dips to 43%, and which is why we have only 26% children in the age cohort of 18 to 23 in higher education. And therefore, massification of higher education will not entirely depend upon a strengthening of the higher education sector. It will be beyond the boundaries of the higher education sector. And for that, the higher education sector will have to synergize with the school education, which unfortunately does not happen. We have 3 sectors of education in our country. Elementary sector does not know what is happening in secondary sector, and secondary sector does not know what is happening in elementary education. All the 3 sectors are working in isolation. So if we are going to fulfill the commitment made through the national education policy, we will have to synergize across different sectors of education in the country. We have also talked about the integration of values and ethics actually in the policy. Values have always been central to education, but now they need to move from implicit aspirations to explicit goals. Values and ethics, though, are intertwined, but they are distinctly different. And we will have to blast the myth that values and ethics could be integrated only in areas of studies like humanities and social sciences and languages, and that they cannot be integrated in exact science and mathematics. And therefore, the onus would lie on the teachers to identify such sports of learning wherein the values based on universal perception and values based on constitutional imperatives could be appropriately integrated. In research, we have talked about that we will have the National Research Foundation, which will be sanctioning the projects on competitive basis. I'm not going to talk about how much are we spending in terms of the GDP on research and all that. Policy has also made a recommendation which is contradicting other recommendations actually. It has said that we are going to set up multidisciplinary educational research universities to reach the level of Ivy Leagues. On the one hand, we are creating classes of institutions by categorizing them as research university and teaching universities, which does not cut into the concept of a university actually. University is a university where universal knowledge exists and where new knowledge is sought and freely exchanged. So that kind of classification, I think we'll have to revisit that once again. And when we are saying that we are going to have multidisciplinary educational research universities to reach the level of Ivy League university, the policy doesn't talk about the contours of the Meru University. That is not clear. Maybe that would be clear in the program of action. But my submission is, why shall we not initiate action to ensure that all universities conform to the visualized model of Meru? In the regulatory mechanism, for the first time, the funding, accreditation, setting up of academic standards will be performed by distinct, independent and empowered bodies. We will have Higher Education Commission of India with 4 verticals: National Higher Education Regulatory Council in the form of councils, National Higher Education Regulatory Council, National Accreditation Council, General Education Council for setting standards, and the Higher Education Grants Council. And that they will be treating both the sets of institutions, public and private, at par with each other. Now, about financing, we have again reiterated the recommendation which we have been making since 1966, that we will be spending 6% of the GDP on education. But I mean, we have not been able to realize that goal. Now, our experience tells us that translation of policy statements into reality insofar as financing is concerned has remained a distant dream. And with about 62 crore children below the age group of 23 that we have in India, because we have now talked about universalization of school education, and the first 3 years of schooling, which was not the part of the formal schooling, has become now the part of formal schooling. So 62 crore children below the age group of 23, now India should be spending more than 6%. My take here would be that now the time has come when we need to set up a committee to ascertain the actual quantum of resources required to support the education of 62 crore children in the country. Let us not keep repeating that 6% of the GDP without knowing. I mean, when Kothari made this recommendation, the size of education was not as large as it is today. And share of education though education is on the concurrent list, but share of education is mostly with the states. 85% of share is with the provincial government and only 15% part is with the central government. The state cannot invest as much as they are expected because of their weak resources. So if center does not incentivize the states, it will continue to remain a distant dream. Now, I come to the roadmap actually. See, the country has brought out, as I had said earlier, the national education policy after a gap of 34 long years. And the service providers have been, both in the public and private sector, have been confronting with issues that are exposing the hollowness and fragility of the existing system. COVID pandemic has shown that actually. In times such as these, the national education policy has made huge commitment of making quality education accessible to 62 crore children in the country. The commitment now obligates the system to accord top priority to developing a plan of action and strategizing the movement of the entire machinery, both at the state and the center. It would require much bigger a push in terms of increased budgetary allocation, both at the center and the state levels. That is one exercise which it comes clearly out of the commitment. And the kind of commitment that we have displayed in the last 1.5 months, after this is the kind of commitment which we have seen after the 11th Five-Year Plan, when education was given 9.5 times more resources during the 11th Five-Year Plan. But this perception of commitment, which is displayed by way of organizing the webinars at the national level and at the state level, it could be strengthened if the system starts showing visible changes by effecting unequivocal support in terms of selection of leaders capable of handling envisioned transformation and ensuring both enhanced budgetary provisions and timely flow of funds. This is very important, which comes out of it and which we must deliberate upon. It may further be corroborated if the system swiftly starts responding to implementation requirement by formulating essential frameworks as proposed in the policy. But what remains to be seen is whether the prevailing enthusiasm persists unto the implementation of the policy, or it gets run over by some other unforeseen agenda in times to come. So any laxity when the tempo is soaring might be construed as an optical illusion, which would be unseemly. The national education policy has received unprecedented scale of attention, as I have said. And but what is notable about these webinars, which have been attended by scores of senior level functionaries, is that they have been the idea behind these webinars is twofold, according to me. One is to familiarize and sensitize the policy implementers, and another is to strategize and develop a roadmap for its implementation. In any policy, you will find that there are always some recommendations, almost in every policy document, which are central to bringing about real change in the system. But those recommendations are not too many, actually. Apart from that, there are also some recommendations which are written for the sake of it. And interestingly, such kinds of recommendations get implemented. Therefore, it is always necessary for us to critically examine such a document and sift out those recommendations which fall in the first category, which are central actually, wherein we'll have to bring out some legislative frameworks. The second set of recommendations are those where we will have to create new apprentices. Those apprentices do not exist, but we will have to create new apprentices for the implementation of those recommendations. And the third set of recommendations are those which can be implemented by revisiting the existing apprentices that we have. You will have to tweak, you will have to issue certain guidelines.
Gentle reminder, you only have 5 more minutes, please.
Okay. So my submission is that since fairly a large number of quality initiatives are going to flow from the first set of recommendations, they may be accorded topmost priority. And the responsibility for the implementation of the first set of priority rests with the Ministry of Education, because it is the place where from those legislative proposals would emanate. The second set of recommendations would require formulation of new apprentices, as I have said, which hitherto do not exist, but they are now envisioned as inevitabilities for the implementation and to compete with the best of the world. One of the most critical recommendations which has been made in this policy is the formulation of the National Higher Education Qualification Framework, which we do not have, and which is going to be a very involved exercise. And therefore, what we should do is that we should immediately do that, undertake that. Now, most of the recommendations, okay, let me quite quickly now suggest the best way forward. Give me 2 minutes. While we have already set up task forces at different levels. I think each state, because the bulk of education lies with the state, what is missing in this policy and what should be done by individual state is that they should undertake an exercise with a view to identifying where do they stand today vis-a-vis the rest of the states or the rest of the world, and what is that has worked in each sector and what is that has not worked in each sector, and where do they want to reach in 5 years from hence or 10 years from hence, and what should be the guiding principles to move forward to realize the goals which we set for ourselves. Because the institutional density, massification of higher education, quality initiatives are going to vary widely across the states. So this is what I would like to suggest each state to do that. That is what is missing in the policy, and that will help us actually to start implementing the recommendations made in the policy after doing that exercise. So I would like to stop, but before I stop, let me say that several recommendations have been reiterated in this policy without looking into the reasons for their non-implementation. I would stop by citing one such example insofar as approach to teacher education is concerned. The recommendation which was made by Modaliar Commission in 1952-53 was reiterated by Kothari Commission in 64-66, was third time reiterated by National Education Policy 1968, fourth time in 1986, and fifth time we have reiterated that recommendation, but without looking into the reasons for the non-implementation. I think we also need to look into the reasons for the non-implementation of such recommendations which are found as relevant today as they were 40, 60 years ago, and then we should start our work so that reiteration should not remain the part of the policy formulation. Because of the time constraint, I would like to stop here, and I would like to hand it over to Professor Chattopadhyay. I mean, if you have questions, I would be more than happy to answer to those questions. So over to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Prakashji.
It was very difficult to do justice with so many
such a short time.
Yes, yeah. But nevertheless, we should be mindful of the time.
Yes, the only thing what I can tell that and everything what you actually mentioned over here. Just 2 hours back, we have a BCC conclave, and over there, when I have to discuss about this policy, I just mentioned that it is a policy which there now it's an implementation which is a challenge, and we have to have that attitude and the flexibility how to implement it properly, and we have to give our full energy for that. Because I remember that when in your time this Professor APJ Abdul Kalam dream was to set up the Center for Research in Nanoscience and Nanotechnology. So you have actually given the opportunity for Calcutta University. And when we got that money, it was so difficult. Oh my goodness, the Calcutta University has got so much of problem, and now we have to set up nanoscience. That's so because very strict, and you motivated us in such a way that within a year it is possible to actually framework a fantastic multidisciplinary center where from law division to social science to the science to the technology, everybody came into the same platform to make it a successful project. So everything could be made successful. It is a will of us, which is very important. And that's what your tone also. So thank you very much, sir, because it always reminds me of your effort in helping us to set it up. But in general, I can tell you that you clarified the points in such a nice way. I really don't have any question, but just like to thank you again for mentioning all the 5 main features of the policy, which are very, very important for us. Thank you very much. Over to Shanchari.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Ved Prakashji, for expressing your insight and sharing your thoughts with us. It was truly, sir, an honor for us to host you this evening. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, for moderating this session. So it was lovely having you both here, and of course, share so much of thoughts with us. Thank you for evening. We were privileged to be a part of this conclave, and as we go ahead and close the day one, at the outset, I would like to express my gratitude towards all our esteemed dignitaries, our guests for their valuable presence, the organizing and executive committee of BCCI, all our eminent speakers, our valuable sponsors, and most definitely our wonderful audience. Wishing all of you a very, very pleasant evening ahead. And we are looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow once again, sharp at 4 p.m. We have a very, very interesting day tomorrow lined up with extremely important and interesting sessions. And we are looking forward to seeing you all here once again with us. Here's Sanchari Chaudhary on behalf of the organizing team of BCCI signing off for the day. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And before we leave, I will request all of us eminent speakers to switch on their camera videos so that we can all have a wonderful, wonderful picture here by the IT team. Thank you so much. It's such a privilege. And if our IT team can go ahead and take a nice picture of all of us here together. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to host you here tonight. And of course, we look forward again tomorrow to have all of you here with all of us. And this is Sanchari Chaudhary and the entire team once again telling you a big, big namaskar and seeing you all tomorrow. Good night and have a lovely, lovely evening ahead. Namaskar.
Namaskar. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Namaskar.